Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our February 7th, Monday morning work session and special call meeting of the board. I would like to call our meeting to order. Is there a motion to approve our agenda?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There is Ms. Caldwell. Welcome. Mr. Hensley, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll have just a moment of silence, please. Thank you. We have several agenda items to discuss today. Board colleagues, we felt that having our workspace in this type setting would help with possibly just good conversation. It worked extremely well last Thursday at our budget meeting, so we just decided to go with this type forum again today. Our first item on our agenda is nomination of the 22 North Carolina State Board Legislative Committee or individual representative. And we have Mr. Dennison, who is chair of our legislative committee. We have Mr. Levy and Mr. Hensley that sits on that committee as well. And I would like to nominate Mr. Dennison to represent us, and I would like to nominate Mr. Levy as an alternate in case something is up with Mr. Dennison that you could step in. Okay?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Thank you. Next is renewal of our retainer agreement with our legal counsel. And you had a link, we asked that it be added to this agenda item so that you could see the contract and you could see the proposed amendment. We have Barrington and Smith attorney law firm that represents us, and they have been representing us since July of 2005. They are the largest educational law practice in the state, with 18 attorneys that are dedicated to the educational system at approximately 25 school districts. They are appointed to frequently for liability coverage, like Mutual and the North Carolina School Boards Trust, to defend the system-type litigation, and they provide legal support on varieties of specialties across the districts. And if you will look on the screen, if you could pull up the particular addendum amendment for us so that we could take a look at that. The section that we are looking at this morning would be the section 1 revision of general legal services, and you can see where we are today as a current dollar amount for that. And
That's
you,
the 205?
yeah,
So all they really want to do is raise it $20?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And that is what we are looking at this morning. Also, I want to point out that we will have, this will go into effect April, and we have a new representative that will be coming at that time, and that is Jacob Weber.
Justin.
Pardon me?
Jason, yeah.
Jason.
It's a J name, Jason.
Jason, pardon me. He will be coming in place of Neil Ramey, and that will be in April. And I believe he already works with
The
us
policy committee.
on the policy committee, and Mr. Levy, you may have met him as well as Mr. Dennison and Vice Chair Carter. So that change will take place at that time. So I will pause for any discussions or questions.
Yeah, I have a couple discussion points. The first thing is, I would like to have a report at the business meeting that has two facets to it. First, I would like to know how much we've spent with Darrington and Smith per year for the last 5 years. I'd like the total amount that we've spent per year, and I'd like it graphed out so we can see either the increase or the decrease. Because I want to know how much we're spending with this law firm. Secondly, I would like to know in the last year categories of the expenditure. So in my mind, I have a pie chart that shows, X percentage spent in litigation, X percent sitting in school board meetings, X percent reviewing public records requests. So before we make a decision on this, what I'm saying is this board needs to know how much we spend with Darrington and Smith. And again, my ask is yearly expenditures by year, and then last year's expenditure broken down by category.
Okay.
The other thing that I think we need to do is we need to have a real discussion. We need to have discussions on two things as a board. First, whether we have the law firm doing things that, quite frankly, we don't need a law firm to do. And secondly, we need to have a discussion about whether we're getting good legal advice from Darrington and Smith. Because I would point out, and I will do this next week, 3 times in open session where Darrington and Smith have rendered opinions that subsequently turned out not to be true. One case involves the $1.4 million contract that wasn't a contract. Darrington and Smith said, that's not a contract. A board member went out tooting their horn saying, it's not a contract, it's not a contract. And then 2 months later, we voted on it because it was the contract. So I'm not sure that we're getting the best legal advice that we can get from a law firm that is frequently incorrect in their decisions. So anyway, 2 things. I'd like to see those reports that I outlined, that I laid out. And secondly, we need to have an honest discussion. I hear, they've been our law firm since 2005. 17 years is a long time. Maybe there's a better firm. I'm certainly not used to getting legal advice that changes 50 to 60% of the time.
Okay, any other comments?
Madam Chair, if we're going to request the breakdown of services, might I also add a breakdown of how much time was consumed by individual board members in the course of the last year?
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Let's do it the last 5 years.
That'd be fine.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Although I don't know, Mr. Hensley, did you want the last 5, you want the last 5 years for services?
No,
Or just-
my specific ask was total expenditures over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And a chart, a graph with dollar amounts, and the categories broken down over the last year. Now, I would say one thing in response to Ms. Carter is, as everyone here knows, the Tharrington and Smith does not represent any single board member. Tharrington and Smith does not represent the superintendent. Tharrington and Smith does not represent me. They don't represent the chair. Tharrington and Smith only represents the board as a whole. So if there's anything broken down where they represented a single member, I would contend that that's not legal because they don't represent any single board member.
No, and
Okay.
I'm not requesting representation for board members. I'm just requesting or expressing interest in how much time was consumed by frivolous requests or alternatively, not frivolous requests for additional information from our attorneys because that's where a large amount of the cost has gone in the last year.
Well, that's why I want full transparency on this.
And that's exactly what I'm asking for, full transparency. Thank you.
Any additional comments?
And, well, I have another, yes, I do have another comment. Ms. Carter said frivolous request. I would
Or
like-
not frivolous, I said both ways.
Madam Chair, if the vice chair could stop interrupting me when I have the floor.
Please proceed, Mr. Hensley.
But would you please keep her from interrupting me?
We will
Point of order.
acknowledge you, okay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't, I'd like to know who's gonna decide what's frivolous or not. Is the chair gonna determine what's frivolous? Is the superintendent gonna determine what's, Ms. Carter said that frivolous, so what's frivolous?
Madam
That
Chairman,
doesn't seem well defined.
may I make a suggestion? Just drop the word frivolous and put board, anytime responding to board members' requests and what the
Okay.
request was.
Okay.
And I'll
All right.
certainly agree to that, Mr. Dennison.
Any additional comments?
Yeah, let me make just.
Well, let's
one-
just release the billing statements then. That's the clearest way to do that.
Mr. Levy?
Well, I'm just gonna notice that their hourly is quite a bargain. My personal hourly, which I still practice law in Los Angeles and Maryland, is anywhere from $475 to $575 an hour. They're asking for $235, and I don't know how this stacks up against general retainers, but it is a very good hourly fee. The other question is Mr. Weber a partner?
Is he of the firm?
No, there's a difference in cost
Yeah, what's
between
his
partners
rate?
and associates.
I hear what you're saying,
Um,
and that would be a question that we would have to follow up and,
it's-
unless, do you, Dr.
We'd have to
Buckley?
confirm that I don't believe he is, but I don't want to confirm that. I don't want to give the board
Okay,
Okay, so if he
misinformation.
becomes, if he's an associate, it goes down
okay,
to less money. So I just wanted to make that observation. Of course,
Okay.
the quality of legal representation is the question here. But their hourly fee seems extremely reasonable.
okay.
Mr. Levy?
Yes.
Might I ask, how, as an attorney, because you would know the inner workings, how do you determine who is a good attorney and who's not? How would, if you were if you were counseling someone on how to pick an attorney, what would you tell them?
What'd I tell them? I would actually tell them that the best attorney is the person with whom you have the best relationship. In other words, there are some attorneys who are just, they may be very, very good, but they're extremely gruff and are not really communicative with clients. The key to a good attorney is not just someone who does the law well. It is also someone with whom that the clients communicate with well and can put it, whatever it is, into simple terms. And by the way, that's not meant to talk about I'm not talking about this firm or that firm.
No,
You just
Yeah.
answered
in
the question.
generalization.
And I just gave you just a general answer.
Okay. Okay, any additional comments? Okay, we will proceed to item C.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I just make sure it's clear what you're asking, the board is asking staff to do? I just want to be real clear on that before we proceed to the next item. Would you
Yes.
mind just reviewing what you're asking the staff, the board is asking the staff to do?
Yes, we are asking the staff to follow up on expenditures per year spent for the past 5 years, as well as a breakdown by category of expenditures that would include items such as school board meetings, public record requests, and so forth. And it would be, well, to Mr. Hensley's point, similar to some of the pie charts that we've seen with those categories broken down by expense items. And also, we want to follow up to confirm whether or not Mr. Weber is a partner or an associate, so that we can know exactly what that dollar amount is.
By the way, that's only a minor question.
Okay.
Just more curiosity than anything else.
Yeah.
I've dealt with him. He seems like a very,
Okay.
very knowledgeable young man.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Appreciate
Okay.
appreciate the clarification.
Okay. Next is an amended fiscal year 21-22 budget resolution for our second quarter. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, I'll turn it immediately over to Mr. Cox to bring the board these updates for your review and potential endorsement.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. In the executive summary, as you see here on the screen, what this does, this outlines all the changes in the funding that we've received since the November budget was originally passed by the school board. I won't go into any detail unless you specifically ask. The key things that I'll point out, there is a change of the total budget by almost $16 million, and the majority of that is final approval of our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 monies, where the state was waiting on the federal government to approve their plans before they could allocate the final portions. So the majority of the increase there is the ESSER money, and then the majority of the other increases are where the state passed their budget after we had our initial the board passed the initial budget resolution. So there's additional funding in there for benefit rate increases and so on.
Okay.
And if you'll go to the attachment, Charlie, real quick. That just shows a breakdown of the categories of the budget there. And happy to answer any questions.
Andrew, I have one question. What is charter school reduction? I noticed that was on several items.
So there's several categories that what DPI calls new and growing charter schools. If a charter school grows above what DPI has planned for in the initial budget, then the LEA, where those students come from, has a reduction.
Gotcha.
And it hits several categories. There are about 10 different categories where we're reduced for those students. It's not a big reduction, but it's usually just a few students here and there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
They do. And they call it the new and growing charter schools reduction is what it is. And that happens after the first month ADM is received for those schools, and it typically happens November, December timeframe at DPI.
Any additional questions, board members? Okay, thank you. Next, we have our classified salary schedule update. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is an item that, that staff was able to discuss, Mr. Cox and myself was able to discuss with the School Board Budget Committee as we're preparing for the budget for this year and still looking at the impact of the late passed state budget in November. We were also able to share information around the impact of that late passed state budget at the February 3rd budget work session that the whole board was a part of. And essentially, with the passage of that late budget, it brought all of our classified salary staff members up to a minimum of $13 an hour. And the state budget also noted an increase of 2.5% over that. When we moved our staff to the classified salary schedule in July, all of our staff members, for the most part, received 2.5%. But with the passage of that late state budget, it was the consensus of the board that we look at a recommendation of also giving the 2.5% over those who are making $13. And so Mr. Cox is going to do a quick review of that recommendation for you this morning to see if there's any additional questions. Andrew?
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. I will caveat, the majority of staff did get 2.5%. Not everybody got 2.5%, so that's another reason why we're bringing the item to you. If you go to the presentation for me, Charlie. All right, so as Dr. Locklear mentioned, the budget was passed in November, which is extremely late compared to normal years. It did include a minimum wage of $13 per hour, 2.5% increase, whichever was greater. As I mentioned to the Budget Committee and the whole board, Moore County Schools is not fully funded by the state for the state-paid employees. And when asking DPI if they could give us a breakdown, they could not provide a breakdown of exactly how much. And they said just estimate what you think it is, which is what we've done. You'll see on the next slide. I also mentioned that moving to $13 per hour and the funding from the state does not allow us to address compression of the salary schedule. And you'll see the impact for the current year budget based on this information. So as we talked about in the Board Budget Committee and last week at the Board Budget Work Session, we bring two things to you where the board is required to have a minimum of $13 per hour. Minimum wage, which I said was not fully funded by the state. We estimated it will cost about $600,000 to do that, just for the $13 per hour. And the state provided right around $300,000, so about half of that money. So we need additional local funds to make sure we're able to meet that minimum $13 per hour. As Dr. Locklear alluded to, the majority of staff, when moved on to the classified salary schedule, did get 2.5%, but there were some that did not get that 2.5%. So our recommendation today is we've already moved those to $13 per hour. We're bringing an update to the classified scale to move anybody over $13 an hour up 2.5% to ensure that everybody has received a 2.5% increase to make sure we're in compliance with the law adjusting that schedule. And you'll see that's this recommendation here, B, which will require additional $300,000 to make sure we get there, which will be a total of $700,000 additional cost to the district. And I'll just point out this option C was if we looked at decompressing the salary schedule, which would take a significant cost, which would be another $1.3 million. Staff recommendation, again, as I said, is B here, and we've already talked to the board at the budget work session and the board budget committee as well.
So the staff recommends not decompressing the salary?
Ideally, we would love to decompress, but because of the cost and moving the salary schedule to $15 a minimum next year, we don't think it's really an option at this point. But if the board tells us to do that, we'll certainly do that. Staff's recommending option B right now, move everybody to a minimum of $13 per hour. Those who didn't receive a 2.5% increase, or anybody over $13 an hour, make sure that they receive a 2.5% increase, which would be a total cost of $700,000.
So, but inflation this past year has been about 7%. We're giving them, or the state, with the aid of the state, we're giving them 2.5%, which means they're going down 5%. And somehow, I don't know, or maybe it wasn't, maybe I didn't truly understand as I should have understood the lack of decompression that was recommended, but you know, I think we have to go to the county commissioners, and I think we have to say that we need to decompress the salary so that, my understanding is when we decompress, that the people who are earning who have earned the $13 an hour will get their regular step-ups as usual. Am I right?
So everybody, the minimum of $13 is at $13.
Right.
The way the scale was built, when it was implemented, it was $11.66 at grade 50, at grade 51, and I don't remember the exact number now, but we'll
Right, but it
say
goes incrementally.
$11.75. Now, for years, if you were on grade 50, year 1, year 2, you continue to receive those increases up, whether you're compressed or not. You will receive a increase each year on the classified scale.
Okay, so I still, maybe I'm getting confused. What's the difference between the compression and the decompression?
So the compression is grade 50 to grade 57, all are at $13 per hour. Every person who gets a year of experience will get 1% each year up, but they're all on $13 per hour now. Instead of grade 50 starting at $13 per hour, grade 51 at $13.05, grade 52 at $13.10.
So someone with 5 years of experience, let's say, will get the same as an entry-level person, correct?
No, sir, that is not correct. Because on grade 5, on step 5, you're 5% higher than the person who is entry level. Because each step is 1%. So at grade 50, step 5 is higher than grade 50, step 0. And the scale is built on 30 steps. Charlie, can you pull up? This is not going to address the compression, but it'll show you how the scale is built.
No,
Yeah,
I
you need to
understand how the
zoom
scale
in.
is built. I'm interested in the compression.
And while he's doing that, Mr. Cox, from our information that you presented last Thursday, there was a specific dollar amount for the difference in compression and what
So it's
was-
additional $1.3 million to decompress at $13. And then next year, when we go to $15, it's almost $5 million to decompress.
And just to let our board members know, I asked for a copy of our handout from last Thursday to be placed at your workstations. So you should have a copy of that. So, and I can't remember exactly what page that was on. But Mr. Cox, finish
Yeah,
answering the question.
So, Mr. Levy, if you look here, grade 50, step 0, and this is the compressed scale, but the question you asked, somebody with 5 years gets paid the same as 0. So this can address that. Grade 50 here, 0 is 22,000, and I'm not sure which one scale this is, but 22,533. Somebody with 5 years of experience is at 23,000. So you see here,
how
that
would-
person with 5 years experience is making more than somebody with entry level.
So how would decompression affect that?
So decompression, at grade 51, this would, we'll say roughly estimate, 23,000. At grade 52 would be 23,500 is what the decompression would do.
Okay,
Instead of
so-
having grade 50 to 57, or 56, excuse me, all at 22,533, grade 50 would be essentially, and I'm using rough numbers here, 22.5, grade 51 would be 23, grade 52 would be 23.5, and so on down. So decompression goes down by grades. It does not, I mean, it will also impact going over, but everybody moving over for years of experience are receiving an increase.
Yeah, but there's just not as much, correct?
Well, so they're still getting 1% based on what that amount is. But if you increase grade 51, then yes, they would not get as much moving over as they do when it's compressed.
I don't know.
Slide
So-
19, look at slide 19 in that packet. I think that, because that's
The
by
the previous one from last week.
Off your other one, because that's
Okay.
by hours, or the hourly rate, and I think that helps explain it a little bit
I
better.
don't see them numbered. Are they numbered here?
I think. You see a number right here. so-
Oh, I see the number right there. Yeah, so this is slide 19, it's right here.
I think, if I may, Madam Chair, the, the compression occurs with the minimum requirement of $13 an hour. We now have a compressed number of grades or class of employees who are now all starting at $13 an hour. Where in the past, those grades were differentiated from, you saw earlier, 50, I think, through 56. So,
Correct, yeah.
so now, with the minimum requirement of 13, it bunches all those grades together, compresses those grades together at the same starting point. Next year, the state budget currently requires by law that we do that up to $15 an hour. So that will compress another group of grades all into that minimum requirement. But as they go and get years' experience, they do get increases. So the compression is where everybody's starting, not as they go across.
Yeah, but what I see here is grades 50 at least through 57 still seem to be getting that same $13 an hour. What's the difference between grades 50 and 57?
That's what the issue is, because we have
No,
to
no, what's the
decide to
difference? Is it longevity?
No, it's classification, as you see
Yeah.
to the left there. If you look at that, we list out the
Just different
classifications
classifications.
Right.
and responsibilities for those positions. Yes, sir.
So you've got such as child nutrition manager 1 will now make the same thing as a child nutrition assistant 1. So where you had before clarification as to responsibilities, I'm assuming is what that is based upon?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Now they're all compressed at that $13.
So the manager and the assistant make the same amount of money.
Would, yes, this year.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Just seems to me that you're cheating the manager. And why would anyone want to be a manager? You know, just be an assistant, make the same amount of money.
Well, they didn't,
Somehow I feel, and it's just my gut, all right? Because, you know, this is very complex stuff, it's just my gut. But I think we're not seeking from the county commissioners or whatever we need to seek, sufficient funds to deal with, to give these classified employees a fair shake.
I think we pretty well agreed on Thursday that we would like to decompress if at all possible, such that
That's what I
it
thought,
continues
that's
to
what
be
I thought we
delineated.
agreed.
But-
Yeah, but with that dollar value,
Mhm. But
it was
going back,
huge.
when it goes to $15 an hour next year, what did you say the
It's
cost will
almost
be?
$5 million
$5 million
to
more.
decompress.
Yeah,
us to
but
be able
we're
to do it.
giving them, but we're still giving them a 5% pay cut. So guess what it is? They're getting a 2% increase, and you got a 7.5%, 7.9% inflation rate, so they're getting, on a minimum, a 5% pay cut. So, that just seems to me to be a problem, and it's something that we need to remedy. That's just my feeling on the subject. I would probably, if it were me, I would fit in the county budget, the decompression, and I would go to the county commissioners and say, your choice, guys. We're gonna pay our pay our classified employees less, or you give us more. Your choice. See what they do? Just my feeling.
I think we can do that for the budget for next year, but as far as the 13, that's for this year, correct? That would be
It
retroactive?
is correct for now, yes.
Yeah.
It'll be retroactive to
Yeah.
July 1.
So technically, we would have to come up with 2 million if we wanted to decompress right now.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
So, are there any other comments? So let's, one of the reasons that I asked for the handout to be printed and for, board members to have, is because we do have some time before March meeting to where, Dr. Locklear will be bringing, his superintendent's recommendation to the board. So, board members, if you feel that after you go through, you review your handout, and you feel like possibly something was missing, if you reach out to myself and Dr. Locklear, Certainly, we can have a conversation and determine if, do we need to revisit? Because ultimately, we will be voting on the additional line items that has been added before everything gets finalized.
May I ask one more question? Mr. Cox,
Is that okay?
No, it's fine.
when we go to $15 an hour, which is, if all
Next
things
year.
hold true, it will
Yep.
be next year, how many grades are then compressed?
I believe it's to grade 62 or 63.
So
Will be all at
quite a few more
$15 per
jobs
hour.
are picked up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there are a couple other, or at least one more slide you've got left there, Andrew, just to confirm the funding source of our recommendation, which is the option B that Andrew was just showing, the $700,000. The only place to go with that is fund balance. And Andrew, if you just discuss that real quick.
Correct, thank you, Dr. Locklear. So right now, we have an unassigned fund balance of $3.9 million. If we take the $700,000 required to move everybody to $13 and pay additional 2.5%, that will leave remaining unassigned fund balance at $3.2 million. Board budget resolution requires a minimum of $2 million unassigned fund balance as deferred cash flows we've talked about for delayed grants and reimbursements, which would leave $1.2 million of unassigned fund balance available for future use. So just wanted to point that out. We've talked about fund balance and the amounts, and so I just wanted to detail it out in a chart format here for the board to make sure they understood that.
So Mr. Cox, just so that we are really clear on this slide, okay? So basically, from our discussion and from the 700,000, okay? So getting back to Ms. Caldwell's question of this year, what would that amount be for the decompressed? Would that be,
So for the decompressed,
yes,
we would be in a negative because it's additional 1.3 million.
okay,
And we only would have 1.2 million. That would take us down to below 2 million fund balance,
okay.
which is what the board has as part of their budget resolution, a minimum of 2 million
It would, okay.
fund balance. So
And-
we'd be
and-
below that 2 million.
And so, having said that, if board members decided that we wanted to put that item in our budget, then what dollar amount would that be?
I didn't follow
Well,
that question.
You mean for next budget year, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
yes.
That would be the almost $5 million amount, the decompressed that Mr. Cox is
Yes,
noting.
additional
for
almost
next year.
$5 million, yes.
And that's what I want to be clear
Yeah.
on, okay? So if we put that line item in the budget for next year, that is a $5 million line item.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Correct, okay.
For decompressing the scale
Right,
at the $15 per hour,
Right.
provided the state stays and leaves the benefit rates and the 15 minimum as is in the 2-year budget that they passed back in November,
okay.
without any changes. That's assuming that it stays the way it is.
Okay. I just wanted us to be really clear on this slide where we are currently with our unassigned fund balance, and then what the dollar value would be needed for next year's budget if we decided to go with the decompressed, okay?
But the fund balance would still be 1.9. Am I correct? It just wouldn't be 2 million.
Right, it would be 1.9, and we'd have to modify our budget resolution, because our budget resolution requires a minimum of 2 million unassigned fund balance right now, which is something that could be done.
Almost seems to
but-
me that it's worth it.
So,
If you're talking about
But then you would-
1.9 instead of 2, I mean, you know, do we see on the horizon anything that's gonna cost us, that we're gonna have to spend down the entire fund balance?
Well, we use that as deferred cash flow right
No,
now.
I
and-
understand.
And we use pretty much all that $2 million until we start getting federal reimbursements come in. So it may be a
about-
cash flow issue, which is something that, you know, finance would have to manage if the board chose to do that. But it would be an ongoing thing, and should one time needs come up, it would take it down less than that.
And if I might add, you know, as you're going into next year and managing next year's budget requirements, having the additional $1.2 million on top of the 2 million, for those unknown expenses. Like Andrew said, we may have increased benefit rates, retirement rates that the state tweaks. The state could come back and change the budget in the second year and give higher raises, which then impacts local costs. And so I just think it's worth noting to the board that having that additional $1.2 million gives us something to respond to those types of unknowns when they do happen, which is why it is my recommendation for the $700,000 that we recommend the board take action on next week. So that if the board does that, then that allows our finance department to move through with giving that retroactive pay to those employees.
Correct. Yep.
May I ask another question? Mr. Cox, looking at the $15 an hour proposed increase the next year, and actually, let me back this up. We got $300,000 to cover about a $700,000 cost
About
this year.
600,000 a state cost.
Okay,
Yep.
600,000 in state costs, so we got half of what we needed. Would you anticipate that when they move us to $15 an hour mandatory, that they're only gonna fund half of it?
I
Because
have
then
no-
we're looking for more money again.
Yeah, I have no idea how much they're gonna fund, and that, almost $5 million is based on the state fully funding the state, paid employees up to $15 per hour.
And since,
So we'll just have to wait and see what they come up with, when they provide us that funding.
we know that generally we get a lot of mandates that are not fully funded.
I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be fully funded. So there's gonna be some amount, but how much are we gonna have to cover for that essentially unfunded mandate? I can't say at this point.
As well as
There's
for our
no-
locally paid.
Right, yeah, as well as for the
employees.
locally paid, correct, yep.
Okay, any additional comments? Next, we're moving to endorsement of the 22-24 strategic plan revision timeline and scope of work. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Nagy are going to give us the overall plan to continue to move forward with the revisions to the strategic plan. The board may recall that there's a rhythm or a schedule as we're looking at our strategic plan to update the board on the progress. That has been done during odd number years in the fall. And then the staff has looked to getting that feedback from the board and from stakeholders and bringing back potential revisions in the even-numbered year in the spring or going into the early summer. And so that's the same rhythm or schedule we used this year. In November 4th, there was a special work session that the board was updated on the progress of the strategic plan. Now staff is bringing to you a timeline and a schedule for gleaning feedback from our stakeholders, our community, our parents, advisory groups, as well as you, and bringing forward a draft and then bringing forward a final draft, hopefully, for your review and approval. The goal is by June of 2022. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Nagy to give an overview.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As Dr. Locklear noted, that the board will recall that during the November 4th, 2021 Board of Education special call meeting, the staff provided updates on the objectives and strategies of each domain and received some preliminary input from the board. Today, Ms. Nagy and I would like to share you the proposed next steps, and I'll share the strategic plan revision timeline and scope of work, and Ms. Nagy will share with you the stakeholder and community input surveys. So this is our plan. Today, we're requesting the board endorse and the process and the timeline and the surveys. Of course, you'd vote on that on the 14th. We would then open up the surveys from February 14th through March 18th. We would also go to all of our 9 advisory councils, use them as focus groups, get in-depth knowledge from them. We do that between February 15th and March 30th. On the April 4th board work session, we would bring back the community surveys, the input from the surveys, the input from these advisory council focus groups, and we'll share that with the board so that you have that information in front of you. We'll then open up a board-only feedback portal, so you'd have the community information, the focus groups information, and you could provide your own feedback. We do that between April 5th and April 18th. At the May 2nd work session, we would then bring forward a draft, a first draft, if you will, and ask for your endorsement of another feedback portal to the community so that they could get and provide input on the first draft itself. Hopefully we'd get endorsement on that on May 9th. We'd keep that open from the 10th through the 24th of May, and we would share with the board the recommended final version of that strategic plan with you at the June 6th work session, with the opportunity for you to adopt that at the June 13th regular board meeting. We're doing this in a quick way, provide a lot of feedback from the community, from our focus group, an opportunity to hear from you too as well, opportunity for the public to come for public comment if they choose to, and hopefully have it adopted at the June 13th meeting. Ms. Nagy can kind of give you an overview of the survey if you'd like.
So the survey questions, I think you all have in your packets. It basically focused on the objectives and strategies for each domain. Very similar to the surveys we did several years ago when we did the last development of the strategic plan, reviewing the mission, vision statements, core beliefs, and then each objective and each strategy under each objective. So I'll accept any questions about the survey itself, if there are any.
Or the process.
Well, there's also the communications plan I haven't touched on yet. The communications plan pretty much follows what we did several years ago with the development of the strategic plan in 2018, posting out to all of our social media, websites, communicate system, and preparing the feedback for presentation to the board. And then revealing the final strategic plan and sharing that with the community.
Dr. Metcalf or Ms. Nagy, can you share a little bit on members that are included on your committee to develop your plan?
Certainly. So we have 9 different advisory council focus groups. I think that's what you're asking, the
Yes.
membership that's a part of those focus groups. That includes the African American Community Advisory Council. And of course, any parent can come to these meetings. They're certainly open meetings, and we welcome them. These committees have been meeting over a period of time throughout the course of the year. We have a Military Advisory Council as well, a Parent Advisory Council that any parent can participate in. We meet with the Support Staff Advisory Council. That's our classified staff, our administrative assistants, maintenance, a collection of those who represent their respective departments on the Support Staff Advisory Council. Teacher Advisory Council meets monthly and has a representative from every school who participates that and then takes that information back to the school and then bring forward their recommendations and their thoughts and ideas. A Student Advisory Council that meets with the superintendent, representatives from the middle and the high schools. Hispanic Advisory Council, and a Business Group Advisory Council, a group that we meet with on a quarterly basis. Businesses throughout the county are part of that. And then Ms. Nagy also has a Key Communicators group that she meets with as well, and all would be used as focus groups for this. And of course, we also have the community-wide survey, so anybody could take the survey from home.
Okay. All right, thank you. Board colleague, Mr. Hensley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions. These advisory council focus groups, where are those conducted? Where are those held?
They, this year, they have been virtual meetings on the whole. The Military Advisory Council, I believe, has met in person. Most of these meetings have been virtual, and quite frankly, we've done a survey of the committees, and they wanted to continue that. They found that more convenient.
Do you have a list of, do you keep a list of attendees?
We do.
I would be interested in seeing the members of each one of these committees for, say, last year.
Be
Are there
happy.
standing members? Are they appointed, or are there, I guess my question is how these committees function. Are there appointed members who are sitting members, then other people are welcome to join, or is it just whoever shows up?
Well, anybody can show up to those.
Understand.
Our schools do recommend and encourage certain people to go to those that try to have representation. We want representation, for example, from the African American group from every school. Certainly our TAC is voted on by their school advisory councils there at the school local level to be the representative that comes. So our school produces that list, if you will.
I guess my ask is, if they're standing appointed members, I'd like to see a list. Obviously, ad hoc people who just show up, that's their own prerogative.
Be
I'd
happy
like
to
to see
provide that.
standing members.
Happy
Thank
to
you.
provide that.
Thank you.
On average, how many participants do you have in the councils, depending on?
Well, the teacher advisory council is one from every school, so that's 22, 23 that attend that. It changes from month to month. You know, we get into the holidays, the number sometimes is less than
On
others,
average.
but on average, our parent advisory, maybe 20 parents, I'd say, that would be attending.
So it's not like 5 or 3?
No.
That's good.
Any, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, let me give you just my overall feeling about this whole process. And that, as I look over the surveys, and what I think this is, so I'm not really sure what this is, but it seems to me to be an exercise in platitudes. For instance, strategy 3, provide professional development focusing on uses of data analysis to impact school improvement. Well, if I think about it, who would disagree? But what does it tell us to do?
That's why
It
there's
doesn't say actually anything. We want build clear school improvement planning frameworks. I mean, what does that tell us to do? How is that a strategic plan? A strategic plan, my understanding is that you set a goal. For instance, what is our core goal? Our core goal is to raise grade level performance of students. We educate, that's what we do. And one measure of that education is raising grade level performance of students. So the strategy, the strategic plan would be how we implement that. But this seems to me, and that's just continually analyze data from subgroups and design strategies to improve academic achievement. Well, everybody wants that. Everybody wants you to design strategies to improve academic achievement. But what are the strategies? The strategic plan is, I'm planning these strategies. It just, tell me where I'm wrong. This just seems to me to be a one more bureaucratic roadblock to really looking at what we need to do to raise student achievement. And everybody's gonna agree on a great platitude, on a bunch of platitudes, and in the end, there's no plan. Just my reaction to that.
One of the reasons that I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, I think that's excellent input, and that's exactly what we're looking for. One of the reasons that the survey is very open-ended is to get input such as that, that we can then apply as we create the first draft and then ultimately the final draft that we would bring to the board.
Mr.
Yeah,
Dennison?
I was just gonna say, it's, the public lets us know what they want, and it's up to administration, then we'll come up with a plan to accomplish what the public wants. That's the bottom line.
Well, but if the public lets us know what we want, and the administration, well, one of the problems of education, which we're finding out, I love the administration, and the administration does a great job, but it's our job as a board to make sure that a plan is implemented to achieve a certain goal. And we have to design the goal. And how to achieve that goal is where the plan comes in. It's just, it's not a bunch of platitudes where we say, okay, administration, use data to make improvements.
Let me rephrase, the community is giving us what they want us to accomplish. And it's administration's job to see that we have the plans to do that.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question. With this example that you have on the screen that you're showing us, and you have the different levels of whomever is filling out this on the portal to be able to choose and select, okay? Is there an opportunity to actually provide comments separate and apart? I didn't.
On the bottom.
Yeah, on the bottom, there is
Okay,
there's an open-ended thing
Okay,
here.
so is like, once you get through, you have like a last question of providing feedback or recommendation for strategies, and that's where, okay, that they would be able to list out.
Well,
Okay.
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I wasn't going to comment on this, but to Mr. Levy's point, if we just look at the survey question that's right there, I've always felt that we've asked the wrong survey questions. I mean, when we ask teacher surveys, I'd like to see questions like, ask third grade teachers, have you ever felt pressured to pass a student that you knew was not grade proficient in reading and writing? I would like to ask I'd like that sort of survey question. I'd like to see survey questions such as, have you ever felt threatened based upon lack of discipline enforcement in Moore County schools? That's the sort of questions we need to ask parents and teachers, not questions that are self-serving, but we need to ask questions that may reveal answers that we're not comfortable knowing what the response is. But let's just take this one, strategy 4. Review and revise recruitment, hiring, and evaluation processes to grow and maintain a skilled and diverse workforce. Those are two different questions. Everybody wants a skilled workforce, but then you have to throw in and say, and diverse workforce. What does diversity have to do with a skilled workforce? It has nothing to do with a skilled workforce. Therefore, you ask a question and someone reads that and says, of course we want a skilled workforce. But then the central office will come and say, look, everyone voted they want a diverse workforce. Well, you asked 2 questions in one survey question. So these survey questions need to be precise, and they need to be unambiguous, and they need to not ask 2 questions in one question, because you don't know what the person's responding to. And that's just the one I happened to glance at. I'm sure there's other examples that they're poorly formed survey questions that allows whoever is interpreting this to provide whatever results they want. 98% of people said they want a diverse workforce. Well, no, you can't say that. Maybe 98% of the people said they want a skilled workforce. So I just use that as an example. We have to make sure, to Mr. Levy's point, that they're not just platitudes where people go, yes, of course we want quality schools. Well, who doesn't? Yeah, do you want proper funding for Moore County schools? Well, of course, everybody wants proper funding. The correct question is, given a limited amount of funding, I just give this as an example, given a limited amount of funding, do you support X amount of money going to this if it's going to cost taking money from that? Survey questions have to give people choices, not just, as Mr. Levy said, platitudes.
Thank you.
So we just need to make sure these questions are properly designed.
So these questions are based on the exact word for word from the strategic plan. We're not introducing
Well,
anything
but see,
different.
here's my point, is that's 2 different questions. And I'm sorry that they put skilled and diverse in one sentence, but those are 2 different things.
That would be a great comment to make under the feedback form there,
No,
because I can't change the strategic plan.
Well, but you
Well,
could,
that's, wait a second. That's the problem with the strategic plan. You say we can't change the strategic plan, then what are we
Well-
doing this?
Well, I can't change it, you can.
then,
No, no.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Um,
please.
The whole point of this process, the desired outcome of this process is to glean feedback from our community, glean feedback from y'all as a board, glean feedback from our internal stakeholders, which include our teachers and staff and employees, includes our advisory councils. That's been a long-standing process for us. And so the point of this process is to glean that feedback. The strategic plan is written as it is, and it was passed and last revised in 2019, if I've got my date correct. And this process is to bring forward that input and to bring you revised drafts. You'll have a revised draft, if you approve this process, to look at in April, I believe is the date we put there. And then we'll bring that back after getting additional input from you, additional input from the community, a final draft in June to consider. And at that point, certainly there can be additional things that are driven from the board and requested from the board to be included in the plan. And we're going to be developing that throughout the process. But I think it's, again, the desired outcome is to glean that input from a broad spectrum.
No, but
And people may criticize this plan just like you are, Mr. Levy, and make suggestions like you and Mr. Hensley are making, and that's the kind of suggestions we need to revise it and bring it back to you for your consideration.
The problem seems to me to be is that we've got this thing called a strategic plan, and we want to base it on the last strategic plan. And, you know, you have to think outside the box, because I've seen the previous strategic plan. And I see that every time we have something that's brought onto the calendar here, that it's justified based upon the strategic plan. Academic achievement, student safety. So what you have is, well, it's what I call what a lot of people might call a Rube Goldberg device. A Rube Goldberg device is a complicated device to do a simple task. The simple task is, and maybe it's not so simple, but it is to educate and raise the educational level of the students. The strategic plan, as it is presently constituted, really is just a bunch of platitudes which don't give us any guidance as to how to do that. In other words, to strategically get to our objective. That is a strategic plan. And just to say, for instance, on today's schedule, Domain 1, academic achievement. Domain 2, student safety, health, and welfare. That is so that everything we do has to be justified by a strategic plan, which tells us to do nothing. We need to look outside the box. And if you're going to have a strategic plan, ask questions like, do you prefer, would you like us to implement an affirmative action in order to get a more diverse workforce? I mean, I don't know. Some people might say yes, some people might say no. But that will give us some input into a strategic plan. Should we continue social passing? Or should we implement retention? That might get you to a point, and some people might say yes, some people might say no. And by the way, I am very much against retention. I despise retention, okay? But those are things which can can create a strategic plan to get to your objective. As a matter of fact, when I went to school for my teaching certificate, they made sure that when you did a lesson plan, that you didn't simply do the lesson plan and then come up with your, with what you wanted to do at the end. You don't do the lesson plan first. You find out what is your strategic objective for that day, and then do the lesson plan and how to get to that strategic objective. So I don't see how you can have a strategic plan without defining your strategic objective and asking the public then to say, how best shall we achieve that strategic objective with specifics?
Can I just
Any
add
Ms.
just
Collins?
something real quick? So each plan has objectives underneath it. So if you went on to the Moore County website, you would see that there's an objective there, and then under that objective, there's strategies of what we do as a Moore County schools. So it's not just, I mean, that is pretty broad, because it just pretty much lists the objective. So I get what, David is saying. But if they were to look, maybe even attach the plan to when they send it out, or however we're gonna do it, maybe have that near it, so they can look at back and forth at all the strategies of that objective and then answer the questions. But I mean, that's something I can comment on, and then that's something, that we could
Right.
work on. So anyhow,
So-
that's my input.
This item obviously will be on our meeting as an agenda item. So if board members would take the opportunity, as Ms. Caldwell has suggested, and just take a look at what current plan we have in place with objectives, then we would be able to discuss that. This will be an action item noted for next week, and then we will be able to revisit and decide what next steps that we need to take by the board.
But in the public's, I'm sorry, David, I know
No,
you're
go
supposed to go. I was gonna say, in the public's defense, I could be somebody that doesn't pay attention at all to the Board of Education and see the survey come up on my email, and I would like to have, okay, so what's that strategy? What is that objective? I need to know what those strategies are. I would need to know as a parent how to get to that.
To
So
link it,
maybe
yeah.
we should link something with that when we put the survey out, so parents can have both. That's kind of what I was saying, not necessarily us looking at it, but in general, a parent that has no idea what they're doing, and then they get this in an email, so they can compare it. Or they can study it and then say yes or no to the survey questions.
And Chair Thompson, next week, all we would be voting on is whether or not to
The
approve the
timeline,
timeline.
yeah.
Because according to the timeline, our opportunities to adapt and change in response to parent comments comes up in, after the April work session.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Such that would be the time for board discussion about changes within the strategic plan.
Right.
Based upon direction given to us by parents.
Mr. Hesley?
I just have one clarification question for the Director of Communications. You mentioned earlier that you can't deviate from the strategic plan. So is this entire survey just a regurgitation of the statements, each of the statements in the strategic plan? So if I sit there and compare it line by line, it's just going to line up?
That would be very accurate, Mr. Hensley.
Very good, thank you.
So what we're simply doing is we're not thinking about a new strategic plan.
Not yet.
We're just, not yet. What we're doing is, we're taking the old strategic plan and trying to do something with it. My
How can
problem
we
with the
improve
old
it?
strategic plan
Well-
is that this is a bunch of platitudes that I think 99% of everyone is going to agree with, and then tells us to do absolutely nothing specific.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Levy, can I weigh
Yes.
in? I've done a
Yes.
lot of strategic plans over the years.
Yeah.
What you're referring to is normally in a strategic plan, you would have an objective, a strategy, and then a tactic. That's what you're referring to.
And-
So
and-
there
and-
may
and
be
then
an
there would be, then there would be an evaluation at the end to see whether that objective was met.
There may be an opportunity for the board to add tactics to strategies in order to get to the point that you're trying to make.
Well,
The
again,
the
if I
interest-
may,
lot there.
yeah, if I may, again, in order to start building in revisions and rewrites to the strategic plan, parts of it, et cetera, that's gonna be eventually a board decision on what that looks like. But in order to begin that process, the first step, we remember, is bringing up dates and progress. What's the work that's been done? What are those specific things that have happened since the plan was passed in 2018? And our staff brought that to you in November, and there was a lot of discussion, healthy discussion on that day. There was discussion around outcomes, discussion around places we need to continue to see improvement, and that we're working towards and committed to. There was discussion around vocabulary and themes of the strategic plan, and we began to get some of that discussion and feedback. This is the next step in that process, to ask our community, our parents, our public, this is our current strategic plan, what do you think of it? And we could get that, and Mr. Levy, your feedback is valid. And many members of our public, our parents, our community, even our own staff may say, we need more specifics, or we need goals, or we need, et cetera, in that strategic plan. And then it's the staff's job to share that feedback with you and to bring back a first swing at incorporating that, and then continue to glean your feedback and direction as we bring a final draft to you that may or may not be the final draft in June, that you then will give us more direct feedback on, and we'll keep working the process until the board approves the revised strategic plan. Because it is your plan, it is your strategic plan, and it then becomes an articulation of all the work we do as a school district, of where we're heading, where you believe we want to head, what our vision, and where we're looking towards in the future. Then that gets connected to everything we do, from our board budget that you advocate for, to the policies and practices of the district. So,
And it could be, as we look at our timeline, it could be that somewhere along the way, once we get information back from the community surveys and focus groups, it could be that there may be an opportunity for the board for ad hoc members of the board to meet with our superintendent and Dr. Metcalf to just provide feedback and weigh in with ideas and thoughts along the way. So I think your comments have been received, and we will continue to follow the process along the way, just to assure that the outcome is what the board desires.
So,
Any other comments?
yes, Madam Chair, I think the elephant in the room is this, that there was a strategic plan put into place 2 years ago. And, it has statements like student safety. Okay, so what are the results? Where's the chart that shows the number of assaults on our campus year by year over the last 5 years? Where are the charts showing the sexual assaults on our campus year by year over the last 5 years? A fundamental problem, I use that as an example. We could use academic achievement. Where are the charts if one of the strategic goals was to improve overall academic achievement and to improve academic achievement by subgroup? Where's the 5-year chart charting that out so that we know whether or not our strategic plan was effective? So it seems to me that the board is being asked to redo our strategic plan without showing the results item by item of this previous strategic plan. Likewise, we're asking the public to review a strategic plan when we don't know the results. So the first step needs to be an assessment of the previous strategic plan and take 5 years, and again, let's use student safety. Number of fights in schools charted out over the last 5 years. Number of sexual assaults in the school charted out over the last 5 years. Larcenies reported in the school over the last 5 years. The first step is to see whether the last strategic plan was effective or not. I've heard reports that African Americans read and write, their proficiency is 25%. So, has that improved over the last 3 years since the strategic plan was put into place? Or are we being asked to develop a new strategic plan when we don't really know the results of the current strategic plan?
Didn't we have the results in November? Didn't you share some of that with us?
Yes.
So
The
we
November 4th
Yeah.
presentation, Mr. Hensley,
We had all that.
there's a lot of those details. in
there's
that
some
time.
of the details. We didn't have it all. I don't recall seeing reports of criminal incidents at our schools.
We'd be happy to bring that back to the board. In fact, we report on, there's a state required report that's public, that we report on each year, Mr. Hensley. We also do presentations to our advisory councils each year on our safe schools data. Dr. Powers has that. If it
Again,
includes
Dr.
arrests, it
Locklear,
includes suspension and discipline data.
I'm just using this as an example, but I would like to see, you want to call them domains, I want to call them categories. I want to see domain by domain the results of the previous strategic plan. I don't know how we can develop a new strategic plan without assessing the results of the previous one.
Maybe, can you forward him or forward all of us
It's
what
linked.
we did in November, so then maybe he has a refresher on
It's
that?
linked on this executive summary,
Okay.
Ms.
Oh, it is
Caldwell.
linked on this?
Yes.
Okay.
The November 4th presentation is linked. And then-
And that covers every category and domain of the strategic plan, or that just covers some of the academic results?
All 5 domains, yes, sir, are covered in that presentation on the 4th. There may be information that's not in there that the board may want to see, and we'll be happy to bring that to the board. Our board member will want to see some more information on, and that's all part of this process. If there's information that anyone on the board wants to see more information on, or data, or some of our outcomes, progress or lack thereof, happy to share that. But a good bit of that is in that November 4th presentation.
Very good. I
Okay,
can certainly look it up.
okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Okay, we're gonna move to our next agenda topic of emergency connectivity funded hotspots. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, this is good news. First want to start off by thanking Mr. Eklund and his leadership in pursuing the emergency connectivity funds from the federal government that connected is a part of the COVID relief opportunity that's out there. You can only be used for certain things, and Mr. Eklund's going to talk about that a little bit in his presentation, but he has pursued getting as much of that funding as possible to support our technology needs for our students, and I really appreciate that and our families. So, Mr. Eklund
Yes.
and Dr. Powers, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leclerc. Chair Thompson, members of the school board, we received funding commitment from the FCC for the emergency connectivity funds. That was provided, some of the details of that was provided to you in the superintendent's monthly update. This is a request to approve a contract for 218 hotspot services for T-Mobile. We've provided hotspot services to over 1,100 families throughout the course of the pandemic. And while this is going to be covered entirely by the emergency connectivity funds, because of the dollar value of the contract, we're submitting it to you for approval. So I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Board members, you have any comments or questions?
Is this, was this paid for by the federal government entirely? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes, it's the emergency connectivity funds. We applied for and received the funding commitment from the FCC to cover the cost of these hotspots.
So it's none of our out of pocket.
Yeah, there's no local funds that we need to spend on this, but again, because of the dollar figure that we're seeking your endorsement.
Any other questions? Okay, thank
Thank you.
you. I think next is partial student device refresh, so, just continue.
Yes, thank you. Similarly, we have a need for the Chromebooks that are in use by the grade 2 through grade 5 students. The majority of them are a Dell model that is going to reach their end of service life in June of 2022. Through the very specific requirements for the emergency connectivity funds, I would have loved to have applied for funds to cover all of these, but based on their very specific requirements, I was able to justify that 400 of these devices could be covered within their service life. So again, this is seeking your endorsement to purchase 400 devices to partially refresh the Chromebooks that are in use in grades 2 through 5.
And if you could scroll down to the bottom of this, thank you.
Is this previously budgeted?
This is actually, in our overall sustainability plan, we had presented what these needs would be in the coming years. But this is something that we knew was there as an additional cost. Thankfully, the ESSER funds have helped us significantly in terms of what we have for the digital learning funds. But we've been able to cover the needs so far. We just have, this is a need that we're going to see coming for the next school year. And this is an opportunity to take care of not a majority of this cost, but take care of a significant portion of the cost for grades 2 through 5.
Okay, I still don't understand. Is this money which we have to pay as an amendment to our budget?
No,
Or has this been budgeted in so that we've already accounted for these costs?
Again, this is not this is fully covered in the emergency connectivity fund, so this would not be a portion that was put in the current budget.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what I'm wondering.
And something else just to point out too, we will be saving some money by purchasing this way because we are able to piggyback on the bid
Yes.
from 12 months ago. And if we were to not be able to do that, costs have risen substantially since a year ago, so that this will save us some money.
Yes, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, as you're aware, the vendor is required to, well, not necessarily required, but there's the opportunity to piggyback on this existing bid within 12 months. And that's also why we're bringing it to you at this time now, even though these won't be end of life until June.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break at this time before we get into our COVID-19 management discussion.
We don't,
Okay, we're gonna call our meeting, back to order. At this time, we are down to, our section on COVID-19 management. So Dr. Locklear, we'll put it in your great hands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Powers and Dr. Metcalf are here to provide us updates related to the management of COVID-19 in the various areas, including the toolkit and our continued collaboration with the Moore County Health Department. And as we've done in the last few months, we won't have a recommendation today on where we are going with masking, but we certainly will, Dr. Powers and Dr. Metcalf will be sharing the context of what we're looking at as we head into next week. And next Monday, I will have a recommendation for the board. So, Dr. Powers, Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Let's pull up the PowerPoint if we can, Charlie. Thank you. Of course, right out of the gate, we want to express our continued appreciation for the partners that we work with, the Moore County Health Department, the ABC Science Collaborative, First Health of the Carolinas, and of course, our parents, students, particularly our staff, community as a whole who we work with. We will provide a number of updates today. Dr. Powers will lead that. Specifically, we're going to talk a little bit about the Strong Schools NC Public Toolkit. I'll talk about where we are in terms of our metrics and the current context of the masking recommendation that will come next week. Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. So we'll first, as we generally do every month, we'll take a look at athletics, where we stand with that. There have been no new DHHS or North Carolina High School Athletic Association updates related to athletics over the past month. And as of the end of last week, we had no athletic-related quarantines to report, which is good. So all of our athletic teams are currently operating just fine. To update you on some of the current COVID-19 restrictions, just FYI, DHHS guidance as a part of the Strong Schools Public Health Toolkit was last updated on January 7th. There have been no new updates to the toolkit over the past month. Also, just as a reminder, I just want to take a moment to share what the current toolkit guidance is. So fully vaccinated means having the full series of vaccines and, if eligible, also having a booster vaccine dose. The current toolkit guidance related to positives and presumed positives, so individuals that would need to be isolated. The current toolkit, their recommendation is that individuals who test positive for COVID or who are presumed positive based on symptoms should isolate for 5 days from symptom onset. They would then be able to return to school on day 6 if their symptoms are improved and they have been fever-free for 24 hours and they wear a well-fitting mask consistently and appropriately for the remainder of their 10-day recovery period. So again, those are the current toolkit recommendations related to isolation. So again, as a reminder, the toolkit guidance, and now we're going to look at their guidance related to exposures, which would mean quarantines. So the toolkit says if identified as exposed as a close contact to a COVID positive individual, individuals who are not fully vaccinated or have not been diagnosed with COVID in the past 90 days should quarantine for 5 days and may return to school on day 6 if they are asymptomatic and they wear a well-fitting mask consistently and appropriately for the remainder of their 10-day quarantine period. This applies to exposures in school and outside the home, but may not necessarily apply to in-home exposures where exposures are prolonged because it's with a household member. The toolkit also says individuals who are fully vaccinated, including a booster dose if eligible, or have been diagnosed with COVID in the past 90 days, are not required to quarantine if exposed as long as they remain asymptomatic. So I thought it was important just to review the toolkit's current guidance and recommendations. So now let's look at where we currently stand as a school district. So Moore County Schools current.
Dr. Powers,
Yes, ma'am.
may I interrupt
Absolutely.
before you go to that
Sure.
slide? So I want to be clear again, back to your guidelines that you just covered. This is from the toolkit, okay? And the toolkit's last update was January
7th.
7th. Okay, so this is the information that we reviewed at our last board meeting
We did review this at the last board, meeting. Yes, that,
with regard to the toolkit.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted us to be clear. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So now if we look at what Moore County Schools' current isolation and quarantine guidelines are, isolation varies a little bit based on the board's vote on January 10th related to isolation. So the board voted on January 10th for a more strict isolation requirement than recommended by DHHS. The district currently requires individuals who are confirmed or presumed positive to be excluded from face-to-face learning for the full 10-day recovery period rather than 5 days and a return to school on day 6 if symptoms are improved and fever-free for 24 hours and wear a mask as recommended by DHHS. So that's related to isolation. Related to quarantine, the district follows the Strong Schools Toolkit recommendation for a 5-day quarantine as was described on the previous slide. Okay, wanted to also update the board on where we currently stand with test to stay. We also provided the board with that information in January as well, and our intention to begin a test to stay option for our families. So just as a reminder, individuals in a mask required school setting do not need to be excluded from school after a close contact exposure if they have no symptoms. The individuals should get tested on the day of notification of exposure and as close to day 5 after exposure as possible, and must wear a mask in school settings for 10 days following exposure. So this is now also allowed for as a part of the toolkit, which is why we're able to offer this, this option. If exposed individuals follow this process and remain asymptomatic and test negative, they do not have to be excluded from school. Moore County Schools began our test to stay option on January 19th. To this point, I can share we have not had any students or staff who have participated. Originally, when we first started this, because there was some training needed, we also had to have an addendum to our CLIA waiver for the district, things that took a couple of weeks to get going. We did not. Also had to order some rapid antigen tests. Since we were only doing diagnostic testing before this point, we did not have those options, so it took a couple of weeks to get that going. We do now have everything in line to be able to offer rapid antigen testing, and it is available as a part of Test to Stay for families who may want to take advantage of that.
And since the test to stay began on January 19th, have we had any issues or with that process, or since that time that you're aware of?
We have not, but again, we've not really had anyone take advantage of that fully
Right,
yet.
right.
So, but we are prepared.
Okay.
It's there, and families, you know, Test to Stay is something that they can certainly, it's an option through our school testing sites, but if a family wants to take advantage of that by getting tested with another provider, the health department, First Health, their own health care provider, that's no problem.
Okay.
An update related to OSHA's emergency temporary standard. So as of January 26, 2022, OSHA has withdrawn the emergency temporary standard issued on November 5th, 2021 for large employers of 100 or more employees to require vaccination or weekly testing. So that's off the table at this point and not something that we need to continue to consider for our employees in the district. I also share that OSHA does continue to work to develop and finalize a permanent COVID-19 healthcare standard for the workplace. And of course, once that is finalized, I know it will be shared, and we'll certainly update as well. So to provide an update related to our COVID-19 testing in our schools, we began offering free diagnostic testing for students and staff at select school sites on November 15th. That testing program, as I said, does now also support Test to Stay for families who wish to take advantage of that if their child is exposed. As a reminder, parents must register and provide documented consent in order to have their child tested. No student is tested without documented parental consent. And just to provide you with some updated data, over the past month, from January 7th through last Thursday, February 3rd, we had 773 students tested in our school testing programs. 312 of those yielded positive results. 207 staff have been tested with 85 positive results. That's over the last month. I want to also just continue to remind the board that, as a district, we continue to update information on our district website related to our COVID-19 procedures, isolations and quarantines, COVID-19 testing in schools, and test to stay. This information is available for our families on the website under announcements on the home page. And I'll also share, we also have a really nice flow chart now that really outlines kind of every step of our COVID-19 procedures that is also can be found with this information as well. So now we'll talk about the monthly updates related to our work with our Moore County Health Department. We do continue to meet with them formally weekly and generally communicate daily with our health department staff related to new cases. The Moore County Health Department does plan to continue to follow the guidance or recommend the guidance of DHHS and their Strong Schools toolkit related to the management of COVID-19 and isolations and quarantines. And I do want to again remind everyone that our staff will continue to monitor both County of Moore and district and school level metrics on a monthly basis to inform the recommendations that we make to the board. A couple of changes since we last updated you in January. One of those is that at this time, when we're talking about group quarantines, it's rare for the majority of a group to be quarantined. And the reason for that is the increasing number of people who are either fully vaccinated or who have had COVID within the last 90 days. So for that reason, group quarantines are not really currently applicable, and so we've really not reported those any longer. So when we have, I'll give you just as an example, if we have a group, whether it be a classroom or and maybe an extracurricular activity group, maybe there's 25 people in the group, there is some evidence of spread among the group, so the health department would say, okay, we need to consider that this whole group be closed. What we've found is that we may get 20 people from a group of 25 who've either are fully vaccinated or who've had COVID within the last 90 days. So really you're only talking about 5 people from the group who are quarantined. We feel like it's misleading to call it a group quarantine when 20 of 25 people continue to go to school as normal. So that's the reason for that change. Also, and this is very exciting news. This is a real game changer in all honesty in terms of keeping our students face to face. And this occurred during the week of January 24th. It was around Wednesday of that week, I believe. Based on data and recommendations from the ABC Science Collaborative, and then the Moore County Health Department contacted DHHS to collaborate with them as well. And based on that, the health department informed us that they felt comfortable that they not require lunch exposures to have to quarantine as long as masks were required in all other environments throughout the day. So in a mask required environment, the Moore County Health Department no longer requires lunch exposures to quarantine. And that's huge because I'm going to be honest, probably 85–90% of our quarantines were related to close contacts at lunch when children have to remove their masks to eat, but we don't necessarily, especially in the winter months, have the capacity to spread kids out at least 6 feet apart. I do want to also share with the board our Moore County Health Department's recommendation related to isolation for a mask required environment. So our Moore County Health Department has shared that their recommendation aligns with what the toolkit recommends related to isolation. So they recommend students and staff who test positive for COVID or are presumed positive based on symptoms that they be directed to isolate for 5 days from symptom onset. They would then be allowed to return to school on day 6 if their symptoms are improved and they have been fever-free for 24 hours and they wear a well-fitting mask consistently and appropriately for the remainder of their 10-day recovery period. And again, this guidance from the Health Department is based on the current recommendations of the CDC and DHHS regarding isolation periods. So I did want to make sure that I shared that was the recommendation of the Health Department. So at this point, let's look at some of the metrics and what they look like over the past month. This slide is just a reminder of what the CDC's community transmission rate chart looks like. Obviously, we would like to see our district be in the blue. The yellow would be okay. Orange would be okay at this point, but you know, high is where we currently are. And just as a reminder, high is equal to or greater than 100 new cases per 100,000 over the past 7 days. And then the positivity rate in high is equal to or greater than 10% positive tests during the past 7 days. So then we look at where we currently stand in Moore County. And this is our County of Moore data that the Health Department shares with us each Monday. We do expect to have the data for this week some point this afternoon, but we did not have it at the time of putting the slide presentation together, and I've also not received it yet. It generally comes in the afternoon. But you can see there are some positives. You know, we can say at this point, you know, this current Omicron surge has peaked and we are on the way down. So, you know, we've gone from 2,098 cases the week of January 17th to 1,598 cases per 100,000 in the last 7 days in the county. For the week of January 24th, you can see the positivity rate has also started to drop, but obviously very, very much so still significantly in the high level of community transmission. Hopefully when we get that data for last week later today, I feel like it will again show drops, but I also still feel like it's going to show that we're still significantly in the red. We'll see where that stands.
I have a question on this slide.
Sure.
Get my mask on here, which, by the way, a recent study has shown that these masks don't do anything, but that's another topic for next week. Somebody said, and I forgot who it was, probably Mark Twain, there's liars, there's damn liars, and then there's statistics, right? Was that Mark Twain? Levy? Whoever. Anyway, so again, you look at this column, I want to make sure that I understand this, and therefore I want to make sure the public understands it. The first column is new cases per 100,000 people. Mm-hmm. So if you take the most recent week, that is 1.6% of the people in Moore County were new cases. 1.6%, right? Is that correct?
If there's 100,000 people.
Right.
There are approximately a little over 100,000 people.
Well, it's new cases per 100,000, and if it's 1,600, that's 1.6%, because it's cases per 100,000. That doesn't sound quite so bad, right? 1.6% of the people have a virus. Okay. Then you go to the next column, percentage of positive tests in 7-day period. So generally speaking, healthy people don't get tested. Is that correct? I mean, if I'm going to go get tested for anything, I'm feeling fine. Let me go get tested for leukemia, or I'm feeling great. Let me go get tested for hepatitis, or I'm feeling great. Let me go get tested for lung cancer, right? So the middle column, if I understand this correct, is 41% of the people who felt, gosh, I'm not feeling well, I'm going to go get tested, right? That is 41% of the people who presented themselves to get tested came up positive.
Correct. 41% of the people who tested were positive.
Right. So that's like saying 41% of the people who were coughing so bad they thought they had lung cancer ended up with lung cancer. My point is, that's a useless statistic. What that should be is it should be random testing. You go to the Food Lion and you get 20 people at random, or you go to the gym and get 5 people, and you go to Food Lion and you get 5 people, and you go up to the Carthage Courthouse and you get 5 people, and you do random testing. That middle column, it looks horrible. Oh my God, 41% of people that thought they had COVID have COVID. It's a nonsensical statistic. That is a measurement of people who presented themselves thinking they were sick and got, I mean, there could be other reasons they get tested, you know, their job requires it. But generally, I've been saying this from day one, that middle statistic is 100% bogus. If we want to trust the science, then what we would do is we would get true random groups, and we would do random sampling. Again, that's my only point. I want to make sure that people understand that the middle statistic that we're basing this on is 100% bogus.
In this case, though, the significant one is the new cases per 100,000.
Sure. So,
when the new cases per 100,000 get down, I'll bet you the rate positive.
well, let's go back a slide. That's a good point, Mr. Dennison. So let's go back. So new cases per 100,000. So if there's new cases, if there's greater than 100, right? So I'll pull out my calculator. So I'm going to divide 100 by 100,000, and it's going to be like 1/100% And again, I just want people to understand, because there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics. So high is 0.1%. Moderate, which is what we're trying to get to, is half that. Which, oh no, I'm sorry, moderate is 0.05% of the general population. Anyway, I just think it's worth reviewing that percentage of positive tests during the last 7 days. I hope it's always, you know, the positive people who get tested and come up positive should approach 100%, because why would you get yourself tested if you're fine? It doesn't make sense. I'm feeling great. Let me go get tested. It doesn't make sense. But that's what we've been keeping our children out of school based upon.
David, I think it's been because, not that percentage, but the number of cases.
Well, it's both. It's
Percentage
both.
is really insignificant when you're over 100, over 100 at this point.
Yeah, I have the first column, new cases per 100,000.
Right.
That makes sense. The second column here and the bottom row on the previous slide don't make sense, because I would hope that 90% of the people who get tested come up positive because they presented themselves and think they're sick.
I agree with it, but that's not the factor that makes a big decision in this case, it's the number.
Well, it's both
If
though.
we get less than 100, let's see what the percentage of tested is.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind too, and it's the winter, so there are a lot of other things going around.
Right.
It's not just COVID.
Cold,
There's colds,
flu,
flu, other things as well. So, and again, this data is the data that comes. It's based on the previous slide with the charts from the CDC in terms of community transmission. It's the data that the Moore County Health Department provides us with, and again, it's based on communicable disease,
Again,
which I'm certainly no expert
Well,
on.
I understand the origins of it.
Yeah.
But the scientific method is everybody should be critical of the data. And the first column is actually bogus too, because the more testing you have, the more new cases you're gonna have. You know, if asymmetric, again, if you really want to know what that number is, you're going to go out and you're going to do a random survey. You're going to choose a random group, and you're going to do testing on a random group. Then you would have meaningful numbers. Because even the first column is based upon an increasing number of people that present themselves. I'm just pointing out flaws in the data that are legitimate criticisms of them, and we are keeping our students out of school. We're keeping them masked. We're creating an educational gap based upon 2 slides that I could sit here and poke holes in it. And we need to go back to the Board of Health, and we need to point out to them things, and we need to start controlling the battle rhythm with them. Because my guess is they do no cost benefit of keeping our children out of school or the social emotional learning problems with keeping them masked. They don't do any cost benefit of that. It's our job to do that cost benefit and that risk analysis.
Dr.
That's it. Thank
May
you.
I add to what Mr. Hensley's had to say? I would say, and this is going right along with what you have said, yeah, you don't go get tested if you feel good. And I think Mr. Levy and I had that discussion at maybe it was the January meeting, that it's hard to look at those statistics and think they apply to our schools. The numbers on slide 18, though, which I don't know that we've really even talked about yet, do make a difference. And they do show that our positivity is going down significantly. And that's the one that I think we need to really be focusing on. How many cases do we have in our schools, and should we be analyzing those? And so I know we haven't gotten to that slide yet.
We're
Yeah,
getting to
yeah.
this on the next slide. That's
Yeah.
a great
Yeah.
segue. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Carter. And so we'll now look at that, and it is good to point out as well, in which we try to make this distinction every month. You know, we are a community in Moore County, so we look at the county of Moore, which is that data that we just focused on. But then we also have to look at what do our school metrics look like? What do the metrics look like for Moore County schools, which is what, in all honesty, that's more important to us,
Right.
as you're saying, Ms. Carter. So, and that's
If I
what.
could just, Madam Chair, just interrupt, and
Sure.
Dr. Powers, just for clarification, another reason we show the historical county of Moore community transmission is because of the health department's feedback on, here's a metric to look at when we would support you going mass optional. And then you noted going to the moderate level there, Mr. Hensley. That is in the letter that's linked here that the health department gave us at the end of September. And we were looking for, hey, there's a metric that they would suggest we utilize when we look at when we go mass optional. So that's part of the history of why we started adding this to our presentations back in November.
Yeah, and if memory serves me correctly, under the previous superintendent, that was the metric. That was the metric that the previous superintendent briefed, and most of the school board concurred with through the entirety of 2021, is once it gets to the moderate level, then we'll remove masks. That was it. That was the sole metric that we were briefed. Once this gets below moderate, then we'll remove the mask. Then bizarrely, in December, even though we hadn't met the metrics, the recommendation from the previous superintendent was, let's remove the masks, even though we didn't hit the moderate level that was the requirement the previous 11 months. Then all 4 incumbent school board members changed their votes, even though we hadn't hit the metric that they voted was the most important one, January through November of the same year. So you cannot dismiss the previous 2 slides and say those aren't important, because that was 100% what was briefed by the previous superintendent as the metric that we relied on, because that's what the Department of Health said. And again, refreshing everyone's memory, that all changed in December, even though we didn't meet the metric. That's all. So those 2 slides are important, is my point. Because in
Let's move on,
historical
please.
context, those were the two slides that were used to determine whether we were gonna wear masks or not.
Thank you. Dr. Powers?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so now, you will see, you know, looking at the chart, and we are so pleased to see that the student infection numbers are falling. Last week, we were down to 123 new student infections, down from 269 the previous week. When we look at new student quarantines, we were at 86 last week, down from 232 the week prior, which is fantastic. And then, you know, another big number that we like to see falling, student absences due to infection or quarantine. So that was down, and again, that's total days absent, not individuals absent, but days absent. Fell to 1,499, down from 2,971 the previous week. I do want to throw out, it's great to see these numbers fall, but I still, you know, and we're cautiously optimistic that they're going to continue to fall. However, I do want to point out, you know, you see those numbers, and you're like, oh man, that just looks so great, it feels so good. But keep in mind, 123 new student infections. If we look at another comparable point in time, if we think back to the fall, the peak of the Delta variant, for us in the school district, that was the week of September 13th. That week, there were 127 new student infections that week. So we're right there at about that same point related to that. However, the really great news is, because quarantine guidance has changed and we're able to do some things differently now, the week of September 13th, there were 127 new student infections. Well, there were 489 new student quarantines. This week, with 123 new infections, only 86 student quarantines. There were 5,474 absences the week of September 13th. Last week, there were 1,499. So that's something to obviously, those things are something good and something to celebrate, but at the same time, we have to be careful just to think back and understand that we're not really out of the woods at this point yet, but we're headed in the right direction. So, as Dr. Locklear shared, we're not making a recommendation today related to what masking will look like for the next month. However, we do want to just provide some current context of that pending recommendation as we wait and see how things transpire over the course of this week before the board meeting on next Monday. So obviously our priorities continue to maintain in-person instruction as best possible, as that has been the case throughout this pandemic. Currently, the community and district's transmission infection metrics remain at a substantially high level. And of course, this puts our ability to maintain that face-to-face instruction at risk, and we want to do everything that we can to keep as many students in school face-to-face as possible. A mask-required environment does allow the district to continue to offer students and staff who are exposed with a test-to-stay option to avoid exclusion from face-to-face learning. Just as a reminder, if masks are optional, test-to-stay is not an option at that point. A mask-required environment does allow students exposed as a result of being unmasked during lunch not to be required to quarantine by the Moore County Health Department. If masks were optional, we would not be able to exclude those lunch exposures from quarantine as we're currently able to do. A mask-required environment also allows teachers and staff to focus on learning and teaching and not so much focused on monitoring mask adherence from students who may be returning from quarantine and keeping up with which students should be wearing a mask because they've been quarantined or isolated. Just as a reminder, staff will continue to monitor metrics for the remainder of this week as we prepare to make a recommendation to the board at the regular business meeting on next Monday. And with that, we're open to any additional questions or comments.
I have
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if we can talk about the isolation piece that you guys voted on, about the 10-day versus 5-day, if we can put your recommendation into that, if you would keep that, or would you go back to the 5-day?
We are planning to make that part of the recommendation when we come back next week and looking at that. Of course, Dr. Powers did share what the health department recommends. So we're looking at that, and we'll bring that as part of the recommendation, so it's very clear what what my recommendation is next week.
At this point, Dr. Powers, are there any schools that, like in January, we had 4 schools that were on the verge of closing? So at this point, do we have any schools that have so many kids and teachers in quarantine that we're on the verge of closing?
Yeah, at this point, we do not, and I will share this, although we do provide some information related to staff in the weekly updates that Dr. Locklear sends you, we don't have that as a part of this presentation. But just as you saw the metrics for the students falling, the same is true of our staff. At this point, we do not have, we've seen our staff numbers, infections, quarantines really drop as well. And we do not, and Chair Thompson, as you're saying, you know, the reason that we would look at closing or shifting a school to remote learning would be if we're not able to effectively staff the school and actually operationalize school. And we're not at that point, thankfully. Those numbers have dropped enough that we're not on the verge at any school at this time.
That's good news. My other question is, remind us with regard to extracurricular and sports activities. The masks are not required for outside activities, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but masks are required for all indoor sports?
That is correct, with
Okay.
the exception of wrestling.
With the
While
exception of
while they're
wrestling.
actually engaged in the match.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, board members, do you have any Mr. Levy?
Yeah, my concern is that I've been looking at a lot of pictures that people have sent me. And oftentimes, in the audience, for instance, in wrestling matches, no one is wearing masks. I see coaches, in basketball games, they're not wearing masks. By the way, I don't think they need them. But my real concern is that the more we keep these masks and the more the students flaunt the masks, the less discipline we're going to have overall. So, you know, it almost seems, it almost seems that it's hurting our overall ethos of the schools to keep the masks in place. Have you seen that? I mean, have you seen the picture of the wrestling match?
Yeah, and what I can share related to that is that in general, the vast majority, you know, rather than maybe just very small pockets at schools, during the school day, mask compliance is very high, and there are generally not many issues at all during the school day. However, as you pointed out, Mr. Levy, you know, we are aware of some instances during extracurricular activities, especially athletic events. You know, it's basketball season, you know, large numbers of people in the gyms. You know, what we've seen, it's generally an issue with spectators. And what we have done is just continue to do everything that we can to communicate with people what the requirements are. So for example, let's just use a basketball game as an example. If they come to the gym, they can't come through the door. They're not going to be allowed admittance unless they have a mask on. And if they're not wearing one, then there's one there for them that they can take and put on. There's signage around the school that masks are required. Throughout the event, the schools are announcing that masks are required and asking them to do that. Now what we're going to fall short of is to actually send staff members, you know, up through the bleachers to call people out and say, put a mask on. We hope that, you know, in those large venues and numbers of people like that people will comply, but the best we can do is communicate, give them the mask, remind them, and and that's what we'll continue to do.
Well, my concern is also I've seen the coaches without it, you know, and it's not that I want the masks. I don't want the masks, all right? But the more you flaunt rules, the less respect you're going to have for your rules. And that leads to all sorts of problems. You know, you can talk about the broken windows theory of crime and all that. But getting back to these masks, we allow people to have cloth masks, right?
Correct.
Okay. And to the best of my knowledge, almost every single study that I've seen in the past couple of months says cloth masks don't work.
Only 36%.
No, they don't work at all.
Well,
Because what
study
happens,
rated this one 90 something.
what happens is that you can't possibly make them tight enough for them to be effective. So, and on top of that, we're also discriminating against unvaccinated people. So therefore, vaccinated kids don't have to quarantine, right? Unvaccinated kids do, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, the guidance, the toolkit guidance says if you're fully vaccinated and you're exposed, you do not have to quarantine.
Right, so vaccinated kids don't have to. Do the vaccinations do anything to stop transmission? To the best of my knowledge, they don't. So what we're doing is, and there's a big myocarditis problem that a lot of parents have with these vaccinations. But what we're saying is, vaccinate your kids or they're not going to school. That's terrible. We just have to get up the guts to say that there are 20 districts that are maskless right now, right? Correct? 20?
I think it's around 20, yeah.
Is it 20?
I think it's 87 required, 20 optional.
Right.
And then
So
a few
we've got to get to the guts to say, we're going to be 21 and give these kids some freedom and quit playing the game. Because all we're doing is teaching the kids to obey. And obey what are just ineffective recommendations and guidelines. We need to give that to the parents. The entire state of Virginia, with the exception of a couple of counties, has gone maskless. And I don't see any poor kids in Virginia dropping dead. In fact, they're happy as larks. We just have to bite the bullet and say, no more masks, masks optional, and then we'll fight the battle with the health department.
I'll make my comment quick. Back to the December meeting, I know one of the reasons that the recommendation came to go mask optional was because we knew we weren't handling it. And not during the school day because, as you said, kids are cooperating and it is being handled. But I went to a basketball game Friday night, and I will tell you that there wasn't a basketball player on the court wearing a mask over his mouth and nose.
Yeah.
I wore my mask, and my family wore their masks, and we watched as adults throughout the gym came in and removed their masks immediately, and tucked it down under their chins, totally disregard for our guidelines. You didn't get in without a mask, that was very clear. And masks were handed out at the door, but after that point, we're not policing, and the same kids that are sitting masked in classes all day were very happily sitting in the stands without them. So I question just what point we are making with requiring masks during the day. Now, I do have concerns about our staff. If this in some way protects our staff, then we do have to give that consideration. So I would be interested, Dr. Powers, in seeing the numbers at the end of this week shared with us again.
Oh, absolutely.
For how our staff are being affected. Some that I happen to know, I actually said, how do you feel about it? You want us to keep them on them, or are you ready to take them off? And of course, for the most part, they say we'll follow whatever guidelines you do, but we'd love to be without them. So I don't know if that carries across the board or not, but I'm to the point, if families are in total disregard of wearing masks all of the hours outside of school, then why are we being forced by the health department to keep them on them?
And I can share a little something along those, related to what you're sharing, Ms. Carter. So we also talked with our principals at our leadership team meeting last week to kind of poll them, where did they feel like, where did their staffs, where did they fall? And pretty much every principal, shared it, kind of like what you're sharing, would people like, to not have to wear them? All of us would like to not have to wear them, and that would be great, but everybody fell in kind of the same place. What's gonna keep our kids in school? What's gonna keep our kids with us face to face every day? So if it means that, we continue to wear masks, because that gives us the opportunity for our students to be with us for face-to-face learning, the best opportunity, that's what they shared, that their staff, that's how they felt and what they would like, to see.
But here's the key. We all want to keep our kids in school, but we want to keep our kids in school for health, we want to keep them if we have to take them out of school, we want to take them out of school for health reasons, not for regulatory reasons. And it seems that the only reason why we have masks, only one reason, is because the health department is regulating. That's the only reason. And our parents look to us to fight that battle with the health department. We can tell the parents, oh, you go to the health department. No, we've got to fight the battle with the health department. We've got to tell the health department, look, we're not going to keep kids out of school just because you want a regulation. You're going to have to say that our kids are going to get sick if they don't have masks. And they can't say that, because when the kids go home, they take off their masks. When they go downtown to the stores, they take off their masks. They're with us 8 hours a day and they keep masks on. That's going to keep them from catching COVID? I don't think so. Okay? And the masks, for the most part, don't work anyway. So rather than, obeying orders, which is really what we're doing, that's all we're doing is we're obeying orders. Okay? We've got to just step up and say, no masks. And health department, if you want to enforce a quarantine, get your people down from the health department and stand at the doors and enforce a quarantine. But otherwise, our doors are open, and oh, by the way, if a kid is sick, go home. That's what I believe.
Any other comments?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mine's real quick. I was just gonna say, I've been to a few schools, over the past week, and a lot of the kids, when I walk by, are wearing them underneath their nose. Now, of course, high school, middle school, they're not elementary. And I've seen a few teachers telling them to remind them to put it up. They put it up and then they walk by them, they put it right back down. So, I mean, I'm with Libby, it's getting to the point where, I feel bad for the teachers because they're trying to enforce this and they're not listening. And if we're gonna enforce it, we need to really enforce it, but then that's putting the teachers in a bad position as well. So, I hate to say it, but we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't.
Mr. Hensley?
I would just like to make two observations. First is, just so that everybody understands the ABC Science Collaborative, Mr. Levy pointed out that 20-plus school districts in North Carolina are mask-free. Well, let's talk about the ABC Science Collaborative, which has been talked about in these chambers as if they are somehow like untouchable on their science. So I just looked it up a while ago. Less than 40% of the school districts in North Carolina are members of the ABC Science Collaborative. Moore County is one of them. Yet we talk like the ABC Science Collaborative is Moses speaking from on high, coming down from the, with the 10 Commandments. So just so everybody understands, less than 40% of the school districts in North Carolina are members of the ABC Science Collaborative. They do not speak with infallibility. In fact, I can point to Johns Hopkins studies, that directly contradict what the ABC Science Collaborative said. So once again, we put all our eggs in a basket that may not be the right basket. The other thing that I would say in direct response to a comment that was made earlier where the principals got together and they're all like, yeah, if I understood it correctly, yes, we have to continue this to keep, you know, our students and our young people in school. Well, I share Mr. Levy's view. I was just sitting here looking at some pictures that were posted. If the administrators really believe that, then maybe, you know, go to Union Pines High School and go to Pinecrest where they don't enforce it at all in athletic events. So it's very, very difficult for me to believe that a principal believes what you just told me when they don't even bother to enforce it at mass sporting events. So we have to be intellectually honest. We cannot say on one hand, yes, we cannot have principals who say, if you relayed it correctly, yes, we have to have masks to keep our students in school, but then they don't lift a finger to enforce it.
And where they're, and this, I think, is an important point to make. I think where they were coming from in saying that, and which I think we should all keep in mind as well. And Mr. Levy, I understand what you're saying. You're right. We're doing and following the guidance of the health department as we're legally required to do at this point. So if we were to go mask optional, you know, what we've enjoyed over the past couple of weeks of not having to require quarantines of individuals exposed at lunch, that goes away. So those individuals are now required to quarantine if we're mask optional. In addition, you know, Ms. Caldwell, as you talked about, you know, the teachers in terms of, you know, trying to police wearing their mask and ask them to pull it up. Well, when we're mask optional, based on the current guidance and what we're required to do by the health department, not only, you know, then it becomes, well, which students are supposed to be wearing their mask because they've just come back from quarantine, or depending on what the isolation guidance is from the board, or they're on day 6 of returning after, who is that? Then it's, which is a much more difficult task than just saying, pull your mask up, please. And it's just where we are. I don't know, you know.
But here's the problem. It is that if you have a rule and if you have any kind of a rule, 99% of everyone has to abide by the rule. And then you discipline the 1%, because that's about all you can discipline is about 1%. You know, we're not even in a school, we're not a police state, okay? So my feeling is, you tell the health department, if you have a rule, enforce it. But we have, just as our principals don't want to go around, and I understand it, they don't want to go around and say, Johnny, put your mask on, Jimmy, put your mask on, you know, and then have monitors in the hallways doing that. We don't have time to enforce all these health department rules, but if the county wants the health department to enforce a rule, let the county fund the health department to enforce a rule. Otherwise, so far as we're concerned, sick kids stay home. Healthy kids come to school, and they can come to school maskless.
Any other comments? At this time, thank you, Dr. Powers and Dr. Metcalf. We are going to take a lunch break. It is almost 25 after, so is everyone good with coming back, say 10 till? Is that good? So we'll be back at 10 till. Thank you. resume our meeting. And our next agenda item is to discuss our 22-23 high school course guide. And we have our team available. So Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Each year, we bring to the Board of Education for their endorsement the high school course guide. This includes any updates, changes for the 22-23 school year. I'm going to ask our Assistant Director of Curriculum Instruction, Elizabeth Madian, to brief the board.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. The purpose of our high school course guide is to provide students and families with assistance to develop a comprehensive academic and career plan. It also serves as an informational source for all students and giving them the opportunity to collaborate with their counselors. As part of the annual review and approval of new courses, high school principals, counselors, and the academic and student support service team revises and updates the Moore County Schools High School Course Guide for the 2022-2023 school year. As listed on your screen, the following are the changes to our course offerings: the addition of the exceptional children, personal finance, extended content, and the removal of advanced placement music theory. That's it.
Yes, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, any comments, questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a donation of our synthetic fill system for our complex at Pinecrest High School. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Braff is here, joined by Athletic Director Jeff Hewitt. Is Jeff and Ms. Phillips here?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Braff?
They just came in, so they're
Okay,
walking around the
great.
door now.
Okay.
Mr. Braff is going to be joined by Principal of Pinecrest High School, Ms. Stephanie Phillips, Athletic Director, Mr. Jeff Hewitt from Pinecrest High School, to discuss the requests of their athletic booster club that is interested in donating a synthetic artificial turf field, funds to purchase a synthetic artificial turf field for the benefit of their athletic program. So I'll let Mr. Braff and team give you the information on this topic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The opportunity came before us in operations, brought to us by Principal Phillips and Athletic Director Hewitt regarding the installation of a synthetic turf system within the John Williams Stadium. I'm going to let them introduce the topic and talk about it in greater detail to you. They've been spearheading this as it was presented to them by the Pinecrest Athletic Club. You may hear that referred to as the PAC through this discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Principal Phillips to introduce the topic, and to each of you.
Good afternoon, board members. The Pinecrest Athletic Club started back in 2017. Throughout its short tenure, the major goal has been to raise money and improve the athletic facilities with a focus on areas that impact multiple programs. Some areas of improvement since 2017 have been the remodeling of the fieldhouse locker rooms, so the female athletes have a place to change, updating the weight room in the upper gymnasium to be geared more towards our female athletes, the digital display of the John Williams Athletic Complex, and updating the interior of the Moore Gymnasium. When our PAC met back in the fall, the conversation turned to the status of our practice fields. As the fall sports season comes to an end, the conditions of the practice fields have drastically deteriorated due to overuse. The deterioration leads to less turf for traction, along with quicker development of an uneven surface. As we discussed all of the information at the fall PAC meeting, one of the spring coaches stated that in the past we had looked at artificial turf for the main field, and now was the time to look back at it. This would allow balanced practice times with the artificial turf field and decrease usage of the practice fields. Thus began research by our Pinecrest Athletic Club and our athletic director, Coach Hewitt.
Good afternoon, board members. And the research that I've done is twofold. It's where we are now and where we want to go. In researching the number of games that are played in the John W. Williams Athletic Complex, I found yearly we have over 91 plus games played. Within those 95 games, over 55 of them are played in the spring of the year within a 3-month window. This comes after 4 months of fall sports and the dormant season for our base Bermuda that they play on. Yearly, we oversee the stadium in an attempt to put our spring sports on the best surface we can, but unfortunately it shows by the effects of fall sports. The spring weather brings us an all-new challenge, as we can see today. It's getting close to spring sports with the weather the way it is. The spring sports, or the spring weather, brings us all new challenges with attempting to have our 8 spring teams play on the same surface. By the end of the year, the field has taken its beating, and it is a mad rush of 90 to 120 days to water, fertilize, mow during the peak growing season here in North Carolina. Some yearly events that we have on our stadium field include, in the fall, we have 3 football teams that play on it yearly, 2 men's soccer teams that play. In the winter, we have men's and women's indoor track. And then spring comes. We have 2 women's soccer teams, 2 women's lacrosse teams, 2 men's lacrosse teams, and 2 track and field teams. As we moved forward, COVID has brought a whole new dynamic for us in using the John W. Williams Athletic Complex. As we did some research and talking with Ms. Phillips, we started looking at what happens within our school year that is not sports. We now have homecoming dances, we have our prom, we have pep rallies, we have fall festivals, we have spring festivals. In the attempt to keep a quality playing surface for all our students, we have a fully immersive yearly field maintenance program. Within this program, we spend up to $43,000 a year at the by the Pinecrest Athletic Club, individual sports, and athletics. Yearly, we spend $15,000 on our maintenance plan. We spend $6,000 top dressing our field. We spend $3,000 overseeding for our spring sports. We spend up to $9,000 a year on field paint. And $10,000 by the Pinecrest Athletic Club is donated every year for summer high traffic sodding for our high traffic areas. My second part in looking at where we need to go or where we would like to go is what can turf do for us, synthetic turf. When I started researching synthetic turf for our school, there was a key word that kept popping up, and it was consistent. Synthetic turf will allow our student athletes to participate on the same playing field. As mentioned earlier, the 50-plus spring sports will now have the opportunity to play on the same surface as our football and men's soccer programs did when we started the school year. Weather no longer becomes an issue due to the drainage of the synthetic turf, and will keep our spring sports on a schedule that they will now not have to play back-to-back games as we often do in this spring by rainouts. This will take stress off of our practice field that our men and women teams practice on yearly. The new synthetic turf can last up to 12 years. With proper maintenance, the maintenance plan for the turf starts after the 3rd year of the project has been completed. The cost of the yearly maintenance is $2,000. The company will come out in the summer of the year and address any infill or inlay issues. The company will provide the school with a spill and emergency repair kit in case anything was to happen prior to a game. Lastly, the synthetic turf will come with an 8-year warranty with no financial burden to the Moore County Schools Board of Education. One of the things that I would like to note is if our maintenance costs during the 8-year warranty period, the Bermuda maintenance for 8 years is $344,000. During the 8 years, if we can move forward with the turf, the synthetic turf for 8 years is $16,000. So there's quite a bit of savings that we would have there.
Mr. Hewitt,
Yes, ma'am.
a question for you.
Yes.
So all of the costs that you have mentioned regarding maintenance, replacement, all of those different breakdowns, all of those costs are paid out by the PAC, Booster Club type fund, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay,
And your funds.
Oh, yeah, and athletics.
okay, okay.
And athletics? You
Yes.
mean, yeah, you mean, our school? Or do you mean the club when you say and athletics?
So it's kind of threefold. The Pinecrest Athletic Club has earmarked $20,000 yearly to put toward turf. 10,000 of that goes in the stadium field every year. The other 10,000 goes to our practice field to resod that. So with doing that, you've got the Pinecrest Athletic Club that supplies that amount of money. You've got athletics, which is the money that we have in our account at the school, and then our sports, they help out paying for their paint, stuff like that. So that's kind of threefold in the number that I gave you.
Ticket sales.
Okay, so so that's basically, as Mr. Dennison pointed out, that's ticket sales and the like.
Correct.
All right, and I'd just like to, let me let you finish and then I'll ask questions afterwards. Maybe that's the easiest way.
Are you wrapped up with your part?
Yep.
Okay, so this might be a good part. However, the closing part of this that I have is in working with Stephanie and Jeff over the past 2 months. Also been working with legal counsel on putting together a potential memorandum of understanding, because the intent of what the PAC and the school proposed here is that the entire cost to install the synthetic system at the stadium would not require any funds from the Board of Education to allocate. Now, it's going to be a couple things. It's not just for the initial installation. As Mr. Hewitt outlined, it's also for the entire upkeep and maintenance, and they are also built a plan for recurring fund growth to replace it in 15, 18 years whenever the strands are worn and require replacement. So they are putting together an entire funding package that would not require any funds to be allocated by the Board of Education towards the installation, maintenance and upkeep, and replacement. And the conclusion of the executive summary, I believe it's a 6-point section recommendation to make to the board. However, I'll pause at this time on that because Member Levy had said he had some follow-up questions, and then at the conclusion of that, I'll be happy to read in the recommendation by staff.
Okay, so let me ask, is there a memorandum which has already been drafted?
No, we would bring the memorandum to the board at its March work session, pending a decision by the board at your business meeting next week to whether accept this donation by the PAC contingent upon these 6 conditions being met in the memorandum of understanding to be presented in March.
So bottom line is, they're giving us a field, it's not costing us anything, right? Those are the 2 things. But the last question is a little bit more technical. How is this working with the $1 million track that we're putting at Pinecrest? Does that have any interaction with it? I just don't.
That's a great question, and it does, because the work would have to be done concurrent. So when the track system is being replaced, the field would need to be replaced at that time, and then the track behind it. You don't want to try to cross a brand-new track with equipment to do the field replacement. So we'll be working in conjunction with the contractor for the turf and the contractor for the track, because they have to be kept separate because their funding is separate.
Right, so is that going to bring up the date for the installation of the track? And if so, are we also bringing up the date of the installation of the Northmore track? Because I don't want to give them one without the other, you know.
Mm-hmm. And the track projects, the schedule that's been previously presented is to have all the work done during the summer, So they'll be complete and ready by the time you have students reporting back for the various activities. And the synthetics field would be done the same time this summer.
So summer of '22? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And that's on our
And then that's
next
for,
agenda.
so that's for both Northmore and Pinecrest.
Yes, it is.
Sounds great to me.
Any other comments, questions? Mr. Barath, you?
Okay, so again, it's multi-part, so I wanted to leave this to the end there. So it's our recommendation, again, that you consider accepting the donation of the infill system at the John Williams complex, subject to a later board approval of the memorandum of understanding, including the following stipulations. One, that the PAC will cover all costs associated with the project, including any cost overruns. Two, that the board will not be obligated at any time to assign funds or resources for the annual maintenance and future replacement of the system. Three, that all material, work, and maintenance will meet Moore County Schools specifications and be subject to prior approval by Moore County Schools administrative staff. Four, that the PAC will follow the same public bidding rules that would apply if Moore County Schools were to directly fund the project. Five, that the PAC will be solely liable for any damages caused by the installation, repair, and eventual replacement of the system. And then six, that the PAC will demonstrate financial solvency to complete the project and cover future costs, and will provide a detailed revenue and expenditure plan to fund the installation, maintenance, and eventual replacement of the system. And again, should the board accept this recommendation at your meeting next week, we'll be working with Mr. Hewitt, Ms. Phillips, and the PAC and legal counsel to negotiate and bring the MOU with the stipulations outlined to you at your March work session.
So, Mr. Barath, to be clear, are you asking an action item be placed for us to accept the donation with the stipulation of those items that you presented?
Yes, and that is under the superintendent's recommendation on the executive summary for you to do at your business meeting next week.
Okay, I just want our board members to be clear that, that we will, take action on accepting the donation for the synthetic fill system. And then obviously we'll have those 6 items that we would have to add for compliance, from the PAC club. Okay, any comments?
I do have one more question, and that goes to the athletic director. Not knowing much about synthetic turf and hearing all the stories that you hear, I assume that there's no, there's no increased danger of injury on synthetic turf as opposed to natural turf. Am I correct?
That is correct. And I'll give you a good example. In 2018, we went to Greensboro to play soccer, and we had a day like today, and we were hoping to play, and it was the 3rd round of the playoffs. We were not able to play at the school that we were playing. We did find a local turf field, and the girls, it was an unbelievable event just because they got the game in where it would have backed them up. And the infill system that they have now literally feels just like a natural surface.
Okay, thank you.
Come a long way since AstroTurf.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Hewitt, when this is put in, will it remove the hump in the middle of the field so
Yes,
soccer
ma'am.
people will be happy it'll be a flat field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And going forward, I'm not familiar with, the PAC as far as the representative and who all is a part of that club. So my question is, do we feel like that this particular club will be in place for years to come, even though their children may be graduating and may not be a part of it in a year or two, or can
This
you
is
comment
actually-
on that?
Yes, Chair Thompson, that's actually our athletic booster club for Pinecrest High School.
Okay,
So it will be in place.
okay.
Chair Thompson, to your point, a concern that I have is, Mr. Barath said that this will ensure that the board never has to pay any
Right.
money for the replacement. Well, there's no way that anyone can guarantee that the Pinecrest Athletic Boosters is gonna be there in perpetuity. So unless the PAC is putting up some sort of bond to ensure that they're going to replace it at the end of its serviceable life, then we very well could be faced 10 years down the road, 8 years down the road, whatever, to replace it. And based upon what the athletic director said, it really doesn't pay for itself because it's $850,000 and it only saves $300 and some odd thousand in the first 8 years. So, look, it may be better. You may be able to have more events on it, but it certainly doesn't pay for itself and decrease maintenance cost. And there's no guarantee that 8, 10, 12 years from now, we're not saddling a future school board with replacing this at $1 million, $1.2 million, or whatever, like we're having to do with the tracks. I'm not saying I'm for it or against it. I'm just clarifying,
Well, it would go with item 6 on there, wouldn't it? That they must demonstrate financial solvency and provide a plan to be able to install, maintain, and eventually replace it. So we would be getting their current status and plans and how they might be amassing funds to be able to come back and replace it, because it is expensive.
Yes, and they will provide that, but as Member Hensley pointed out, is there a guarantee, is what he's asking for, that funding will remain in place for years and years and years to come? And I think that's something we can address in the MOU, whether, as you suggested a moment ago, putting up a bond to the replacement or some type of a financial solution.
I think we're all thankful that someone wants to make a donation. I just want to make sure that it's clear that there's no, short of a bond, there's no guarantee.
Any other questions, concerns? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
for
Coach.
coming.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Design Consultant Services Agreement for replacement of the tracks at Northmore and Pinecrest.
And
Dr.
Mr.
Locklear.
Yeah, Ms. Baraff is remaining with us, and that is related directly to the question we had earlier from Mr. Levy about the tracks and moving on with that schedule. So happy to report back on that and the current status. John?
Thank you. And just so the board knows, the histories in the executive summary back in October reissued the request of qualifications for engineering firms to design the replacement of the tracks. We received 3 responses to the request for qualifications, and just left Principal Phillips, Mr. Hewitt, Coach Coble, Coach Buckholtz, and Coach Devine, and I reviewed all submissions, and then we ranked them in accordance with the requirements. The order of the ranking started with the highest, and that was Fit Fields, located in Fort Mill, South Carolina, CLH Design, located in Cary, and Crawford Design, located in Southern Pines. The rankings were very close, and I reached out to the highest ranked engineer per the process, Fit Fields, to negotiate fees for services. Fit Fields responded with a proposal of just over $255,000 for design services, or 9.5% of the project budget. I had previously established a reasonable fee for services to be in the range of 4 to 5%. Further discussion negotiations with Fit Fields resulted in a reduction of fees to $188,000, or 7% of the budget. Unable to come to an agreement on the fee structure for the services, in accordance with the general statutes, I proceeded to the second highest ranked engineer, CLH Design. Following discussions with CLH Design, a fee was proposed in the amount of $135,000, which is 5% of the budget. Then, working with Arrington Smith, I developed an agreement between the owner being Moore County Schools and the engineer being CLH for the projects in the amount of $135,000. The funding for these are contained within the overall $11.4 million set aside in capital projects in the ESSER's 1 and 2 funding plan. I've attached the contract to the executive summary for your reference and available to answer any questions you may have, but it is a recommendation to approve the contract for CLH Design, the amount of $135,000 for the surveying and design on the replacement of the tracks at Northmore High School and Pinecrest High School.
Questions, comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask, the lowest ranked one was the one from Southern Pines, correct?
Located in Southern Pines, correct?
Right. What was the problem with that? You know, some Moore County contractor, I don't know anything about any of these contractors, by the way, never, but, I'm always concerned when we have a contractor, who is local and who theoretically, if we give them $130,000, they spend it in Moore County, as opposed to someone out of Cary. But, you know, if the work is that much better out of Cary, I guess I understand. But
The team that I noted in the beginning of individuals received the applicant's request for qualification responses, went through each and every one in great detail, and we had a process of ranking by area of response and what information they provided to create a total number to have who is the highest qualified in the submissions, next, process such as that. This is a requirement within the general statutes on how you evaluate for the selection of any design services. So the committee went through that process, and it was tight. I mean, they were all three good companies, and it was tight. But in accordance with the general statutes, we had to start with the one who received the most to start our discussions, negotiations of pricing, and then should they fail, to move to the second, and should that have failed, to move to the third. But since the second one came within the budget that I had established previously, that was successful.
Thank you.
I have a question. I should have asked this years ago, right? Why are tracks so expensive? Before you answer that, let me put this into context. I'm building a 24,000 square foot steel high bay building, right? 24,000, so site work, 24,000 square feet of concrete, steel building, erected. I'm spending less than $1 million to get a 24,000 square foot building built. That's engineering costs, permits, site work, concrete. Why does a track cost $1 million?
Some of it is, a lot of it's similar. We're going to also be improving drainage structures around the track system that improve drainage to the stadium itself. The other thing is just that it's the cost that we're getting from all our contractors that we reach out to check against the budgets that were developed. Where are we getting? It's a tight space to work in existing condition. We have concrete, you had concrete, we have paving and concrete, and it's detailed concrete with curbing. I'm not sure if your building is holding equipment that requires a level of flatness in the concrete, so it works within the confines of the equipment. Tracks are similar that way because they have to maintain a consistent slope and drainage that cannot vary. There's a lot of various factors, but all I can answer with is, in all our discussions with contractors, these are the prices that we've been given.
Yeah, and I'm just shocked that, I mean, I'd look at a track, and no way I would look at a track and say, that's $1 million, a lot of money, right? There's no way I'd look at a track and say, that's $1 million. It just seems expensive.
I think an important thing to look at is, excuse me, what is the track made of? It's not just asphalt, is it?
No, we're talking about excavating down about 12, 14 inches or so, because we have to put a new base in around the entire track. You have to do that lifts, compact it process, and then you put the asphalt on there. Then you have a synthetic rubberized surface that then gets applied on top of that. Then you have the striping, which is done in accordance with NCAA for the dimension of the lanes and the starts and everything with that. You have concrete edging curbs so that, one, you can keep everything contained within the track, and two, prevent grass from going into the track surface, which leads to deterioration, and also the slope and drainage to new drainage systems.
I remember when I was in high school, we didn't have that rubberized whatever. What's the benefit to that? Is it just soft on the feet?
You have, again, it has to also do with weather. If it's just an asphalt surface, when it's wet, you have more slip incidents that you can have. You have, I wish Mr. Heat was still here to compare with his experience of being at various tracks. I myself have run on cinder tracks as a youth, and then those have a constant maintenance issue and fall and burns. So it's been used in Moore County and similar school system for many years. It does give better traction to athletes to be more competitive.
John, this is similar, same thing we did at Union Pines a few years ago. Very similar, wasn't it?
Yes, it is. Where
we had
that
to go
school, we
down
did the
deep and-
exact same process, and that came in $880,000.
It's just a lot of money. I'm just curious
Yeah.
why it's so expensive.
Any additional questions?
Just one other comment and follow up to that. I'm guessing you have a much more limited number of companies who actually put in tracks, install tracks, as opposed to construction companies that are more readily available to erect buildings. We couldn't possibly have that many companies in North Carolina who routinely install tracks.
For the track surfacing, that is correct. For the installation of the asphalt, you're looking at site contractors who do asphalt work that are available out there, but for the synthetic, it is specialized.
Thank you. Next, we will go to our proposed revision to the Morganton Park. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm gonna kinda take the punchline away, because this is there's some complexity to when you're talking about a plan development, and Mr. Braff's gonna review the board. But I think the punchline to this one is, John does not, based on our traffic study when we built Southern Pines Elementary School, that this requested change will impact our traffic analysis and our needs with traffic analysis at Southern Pines Elementary. So that's the punchline to this, but I'll let Ms. Baraff walk us through, give a little more detail to that. But I thought I might lead with that, because sometimes we can get lost in the complexity. But Mr. Baraff.
Thank you. And there is a lot of complexity to this. I'll try to keep it nice and simple. The Southern Pines Elementary School is part of what's referred to as a planned development, or a PD. It is titled Morganton Park North, and you may have heard that term used in various reports about the development of the area and when the school was done there. As a requirement of the process for a planned development, there must be a conceptual development plan, a CDP. This identifies land uses, general street layout, and any phasing for development. The current approved conceptual development plan indicates that South Carlisle Street would extend past Brucewood and connect to Tanglewood Drive. Right now, the developer of the plan development is requesting the town consider an amendment to this plan to modify or remove this requirement to connect to Tanglewood Drive. Now, as a property owner, being the board within a planned development, any changes to the CDP requires approval of all owners. So that is why this is being brought to you today. What the developer is proposing up on this chart, on the upper right, that lighter blue or green? Blue. Thank you. Corner, that is the site of Southern Pines Elementary School. Carlisle, sweeping below that from the right, from the existing neighborhood, to the left, it'll intersect in front of where the apartment complex is in the middle, Brucewood. Brucewood, as you recall, is also divided, and it comes out to a traffic light intersection at Morganton Road for full movement. That's all that's constructed right now at this time. To the right of that, through the blue area on the bottom, is Patriot Road. That's all the recent construction you've seen out there, the new office space. That road has just recently been completed. To the left of Brucewood, that is what is in this current future planning. What they are asking to do here is one of a few options. One is to go to where the red circle where that cursor is there, extend Carlisle to that, provides an additional access point into the apartment complex, and make that a cul-de-sac turnaround back to Brucewood. The other option is to continue South Carlisle Street past that all the way over to Tanglewood, and to change that from a divided road to just a simple two-lane road. There are two other options. One is to go from that cul-de-sac straight down into Morganton Road, or to come out of it further towards Morganton Road to go to Tanglewood. Tanglewood is a dedicated road that serves the apartment complex only back there. Part of the intention of making either the cul-de-sac or changing the connection straight out to Morganton or further up Tanglewood is it provides the developer the opportunity to take that remaining space and turn it into a park and recreation area, open and available. The TIA, traffic impact analysis, that we conducted for the new school in the complex took into consideration the conceptual development plan roads that were proposed. At the time they conducted it, it was anticipated that they assigned 2% of the total traffic from the school to enter and exit on Tanglewood Drive. That level of service had a ratio of impact at Morganton Road and at Brucewood and Carlisle. A 10-year assessment projected impact of those intersections did not change at all from the numbers from the day 1 to day 10. This indicates that the extension of South Carlisle to Tanglewood does not provide a notable benefit to the school that would either be highly desired or not required. As such, it is a recommendation of staff that the board allow the developer to petition the town to amend the current conceptual development plan to modify the extension of South Carlisle Street as outlined in these options, as long as there are no financial obligations of the school board toward the preparation of the petition, filing of the petition, or any other activities related to the approval or commencement of the installation. A little complicated. Try to keep it simple as I could. May not have been best at that, but I'm available to try to answer any questions you may have.
Questions, comments?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple. Just for clarity, which street is Tanglewood?
On the far left. Yes. Oh, wait, I have a pointer, don't I? Right there. And there's Tanglewood Apartments.
So that's the existing road that comes out at the stoplight.
There's no stoplight here.
Okay, that's past that cleared field.
Yes,
That's further down.
this is Brucewood where the stoplight is.
That's
You
where
go
the
straight
stoplight
across
is.
to the grocer.
Got it.
Yep, so that's it. There's the apartment complex, Legends Apartment
Yep, okay,
Complex.
I understand now.
Okay,
Okay. So my next question is, what's the speed limit on Carlisle Street in front of the elementary school? What's the current speed limit? Does anyone know?
I believe it's 35. I'd have to go check to see if it's 25 with a residential restriction. I'd gladly email the board following the meeting.
The reason I ask is, if, obviously they're looking for our approval, and I think if this is going to increase traffic, which, like it or not, Carlisle Street is eventually gonna be a major connector, because there's only two ways you can, you go on 15501, or you go to Route 1, or you cut through Carlisle Street if you wanna get to Morganton up to Pennsylvania. So I think it's a reasonable ask to say, yeah, maybe we'll support that in exchange for it being a school zone, 25 mile an hour in front of our elementary school. The third question, so I would ask board members to consider that if it's not already 25, because now's the time that we could get it lowered to a more safe 25 miles an hour. My last question is, you keep saying the developer proposes. Who is the developer?
I believe Pinehurst Surgical is the owner of the parcels to develop there.
So the developers, so Pinehurst Surgical is asking this, or the developer of Morganton Park?
Pinehurst Surgical.
Okay.
And they were the owner developer of the properties over here.
Right.
And as I understand, they're the owner developer of the properties here.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Just one. This would also be a great time to talk to the city about traffic control. I'm not sure which street you're talking about, but the street that goes from Morganton Road to the apartment complex, where you make a right onto Carlisle Street to get to the school, and you go straight into the apartment complex, currently has no traffic control. There's no stop sign, there's no stoplight. Now, most traffic makes a left-hand turn coming away from the school and onto the street to go toward Morganton Road. Anyone, that will likely cause an accident if someone decides they're gonna go straight into the apartment complex. So there does need to be some form of traffic control at that intersection, yeah.
Let me say it back so make sure I understand what you just said so I can make sure I address it. Right now, you come down, you leave the school, you come down South Carlisle, and you have a stop sign there. Anybody coming in on Brucewood does not have a stop sign. It's a free, open drive right into the complex.
Right, there is no stop sign on Carlisle Street is that Brucewood?
This is Brucewood, and
There
that's
is no
Carlisle.
There is no stop sign there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there is.
I think
I'm
there
very sure.
is.
Okay, I'm gonna have maintenance make sure to check that, because
Make sure of that, make sure I'm
we did,
correct. I
we did
couldn't-
install one to get our permit, so I'll make sure if it's knocked down or something happened, that it went back.
It's my wife is constantly complaining about that, wondering
A stop sign going straight or on this road?
On Carlisle.
On Carlisle, okay.
on Carlisle turning from Brucewood, where you can go directly into the apartment complex.
Yeah,
There
I
aren't too many cars that'll go directly into the apartment complex, but all you need is one. And all these cars at 2 o'clock are making the left-hand turn, going to Carlisle out to Morganton Road.
Yeah, so there's a stop sign on the corner, but not going straight, going to the apartment complex, you're right.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a free road.
So theoretically, it should be a four-way stop if
Yeah.
there's no controls, but that's not what's happening. So I'd appreciate if you just address that with the.
I'd be happy to.
Powers that
And,
be.
and again, anyone who does any development, just like we did, they would have to conduct a traffic impact analysis and any improvements to the roads, whether it means adding a traffic light or four-stop or anything there, they would have to do.
Right.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, next, we're moving to Northmore High School bus parking lot restoration. Mr. Barath up?
Mr. Barath, still up, yep.
Okay.
Keep it rolling. All right, so, with the completion of the construction at Northmore, during the construction, we had to relocate the mobile units that were out there because they sat in the footprint of the addition. Those were relocated over to the bus parking lot temporarily so that the addition could be constructed. At the end of construction, when the building could be occupied and the students moved out of the mobile units were removed from the site and taken to other use. As a result of such, having the units in place with anchoring requirements to hold them down that had to be met, the construction of the ramps and stairs and walkways did have some damage to the paving in the bus parking lot. And so we have gone out and solicited quotes from 2 companies to restore the paving of the bus parking lot at Northmore High School. We received 2 bids. One was for just over $80,000 and the other was for $180,000. So, which surprised us. So,
TNT's local, isn't it?
yes, they are.
Where's Fred Smith?
Well, used to be Riley Paving, so they're kind of all over the place now.
Oh.
Fred Smith is large, and Riley Paving was purchased by Fred Smith, and so they're all over the place. They have a lot of plants. TNT doesn't have an asphalt plant,
Yeah.
so they conduct some paving activities, but they are local, and so that's also why we reached out to them, because they do some work for us occasionally.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
It is. It is, the apparent low and responsive bidder is Fred Smith Company. They do a lot of paving all over the county and the state for just over $80,000. And so we recommend that they be awarded the contract for it. And the work is funded through the county direct financing for the school project. You'll remember that the county, when Northmore addition was being done, they went with a direct financing model to fund the project, and these funds are contained within that.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett.
You're welcome.
So at this time, we are looking for our agenda for our February 14th meeting. If you will follow with me down, beginning at A, I have that listed as consent.
Just hold on.
Yeah.
Um,
You ready? Okay. Next, item B, our renewal of an attorney retainer agreement. I have that listed as action. C, amendment to our budget resolution, second quarter, consent. D, a classified salary schedule update. I have that as a question mark because there were lots of questions, so I ended up with action.
That's what I have.
Please.
Okay. Item E, endorsement of strategic plan action. F, connectivity, hotspots, consent. G, partial student device refresh, consent. H, COVID management action. I, our updated high school course guide, consent. J, donation of synthetic fill. I have that as consent. K, design consultant services of replacement of track Northmore Pinecrest, consent. Proposed revision to the Morganton Park North Plan Development. I have that as consent. And item M, Northmore High School bus parking lot restoration, consent. Okay. Next, we are moving down to Roman numeral 3.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have 2 additional items to be added to the agenda, one of which I emailed Friday and one of which I emailed this morning.
Okay.
I can read them out if you
Okay.
like. They're rather lengthy, but one is, the first one is reinstating recognition of valedictorians, salutatorians, and those entering U.S. Armed Forces at Moore County School graduation ceremonies. And
We had that one, Mr. Hensley. It just didn't, we're gonna talk about that in just a minute, but we are gonna add that to the agenda.
okay, well, the second one,
Okay.
while we're working out the agenda,
Okay.
is this is the one I emailed this morning to be added, public reporting of criminal and other disciplinary issues within Moore County schools.
Okay. Say that again, public reporting.
Public reporting of criminal and other disciplinary issues within Moore County schools.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Thank you.
And
all right,
And
so,
then, Madam Chair, I have one question first for the superintendent, to find out if he's ready to do this. Because there has been, I've made several inquiries with regard to, and I'm not talking about the stuff which I've asked to be looked at in closed session, but in open session or overall sex education courses.
okay.
Is the superintendent ready to talk about that, knowing that, I know that you just wrote me back, I had written you a note on that. Can the superintendent talk about that at the next meeting?
Should we do next meeting or March?
Well, that's what I'm really asking the
Okay.
superintendent.
Okay.
I would need clarity from the board exactly what you want staff to report back on, but if you're asking, would staff be prepared to report back on how we approach the puberty education classes, the curriculum for that, et cetera. If you're asking for an information report on that,
Yeah.
certainly we could be prepared to do that in March.
Okay, in March as opposed to
Yeah.
the next, okay.
We could
that's-
do it at
that's
our
fine.
work session and then put it on our agenda.
That
Okay.
would be fine.
Okay.
But I am concerned, I had written some things that I wanted for the closed session, for next time. I don't want to put that off till March.
Right.
Yes, sir, I've noted that. I'll
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
be speaking with our board
Thank you.
attorney about that and preparing for that for closed session.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we move to our reports, information, discussion. Item A is our update on the upset sale process of the old Aberdeen Primary School. Mr. Barath.
Still here. Okay. So, just to remind the board, January 10th, you accepted the offer of $200,000 for the old primary school, and then to begin the upset bid process with. We issued public notification to solicit any upset offers for the property. Prior to the January 27th conclusion of the notification period, we received an upset offer in the amount of $350,000 from the Elite Group located in Mint Hill, North Carolina, accepting all conditions that had been outlined. So, here we are. In accordance with state statute and board's authorization, we issued public notification of the $350,000 upset bid received and for soliciting of any new upset bid offers to be made. The current upset bid period will conclude at 5 p.m. on February 15th. And just as a reminder, the sale is not final until after the school board is afforded the opportunity to evaluate the outcome of the upset bid process and may at any time reject any and all offers. So right now, this is just information. The process continues.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
We're making money.
Okay, next is update of modernization of our school gymnasiums. Mr. Barath.
Thank you. And again, this is just a brief update. As you'll recall, that the board unanimously voted to approve the revised plan and modernization of the gyms that was presented at your November 8th business meeting, and to request from the county the $8.5 million from the school bond premium fund to begin the projects. Following board's approval, I worked with Mr. Wayne Best, the county manager, to identify the commissioner meeting during which a request may be presented, and this was identified as January 18th. On January 18th, Chair Thompson, Dr. Grimsey, and myself presented the request to the commissioners, and the commissioners unanimously approved the requested funds to modernize the gymnasiums. Included in the presentation, I did provide a new piece of information that had not been previously shared with the board. It is the attached schedule to the executive summary. The schedule outlines the first three of the gymnasiums, which the funds from the bond premium will go towards. The process begins with the advertisement for design companies for qualifications and review and consideration. This has been published and issued with a due date of February 15th. The, excuse me, any interested design companies have until February 15th to make their submissions in accordance with the request for qualifications, upon which time the selection committee will review the applicants for ranking, as we discussed previously. We will then present a proposed agreement to the board for approval at its March 7th work session, and then to be voted on March 14th. Following the board approval, a design team will begin to investigate the conditions at the schools, go through all the systems, take measurements, create documents, meet with the principal and some staff at the schools, and to begin the design process. It is anticipated that within 7 months, the first school gymnasium will be issued for bid and the renovations completed within 7 months following the award of contract. The schedule does indicate a stagger. Can you open that for a second, Charlie? You can see that it does, by date, suggest a stagger of projects. That means that the first one, Cameron, would begin construction, have a few months, and then followed by the other schools in that sequence. This may change. This was done in an effort to try to follow workforce availability potentially. However, once we have the design team on board and are are underway with the design process. We begin meeting with contractors to determine the best approach, whether it's all three at once or to stagger them and give more competitive opportunity to multiple contractors. So we will be reporting throughout the process of design to update the schedule with any of these decisions that are made. And that is just where we're at right now, and look forward to in March bringing a recommendation to the board on the design team.
Thank you, Mr. Barath. Are there any questions, Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, I just have one big conceptual comment on construction. I've noticed that public works construction projects, whether it's an airport or a courthouse or a school, they always have these big, beautiful, expensive bronze plaques that say architect so-and-so, superintendent so-and-so, school board members. Obviously not an action item now, but I would suggest to my fellow board members that if we want to do the expense of a plaque, and you'll note that private buildings rarely if ever have the expense of that plaque, but if we want to continue the tradition of a plaque, that plaque should dedicate the school to the citizens of Moore County whose taxes from their hard work made that building possible. So, first of all, I would say we don't put a plaque up, but if we put a plaque, rather than be a vanity plaque for the people who just voted to spend the money, the plaque should be dedicated to the citizens of Moore County whose work and taxes made that addition possible.
Thank you. Any other comments, concerns? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to reiterate Mr. Barath's comments for presenting to the county commissioners. I believe it was on the 18th. Myself and Vice Chair Carter, along with Mr. Levy, attended their meeting to request the bond premium dollars. And the vote was unanimous among the county commissioners to approve those funds for funding our gyms. And so I would just like to extend our thanks to the county commissioners for approving those dollars. Next, we have item C is reporting information on high school graduation recognitions. And this is just, it's just a highlight of our agenda item that will be next week at Mr. Hensley's request, as far as valedictorians, recognizing the, that particular class, individual, and other areas that he had asked for. I think, what was your topic, Mr. Hensley? It was
Valedictorians, salutatorians, and students entering the military, whether it's service academy appointments, ROTC, or people enlisting in the military.
Okay, so that agenda item will be on our meeting next week. But I thought it, along with our superintendent, Dr. Locklear, would be helpful just to reflect on how we got to the point of where we are now. So, Dr. Locklear, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, exactly. With the request of that agenda item, thought it would be helpful as staff briefs the board, kind of brushed the dust off a decision that was made now almost 4 years ago in 2018 to transition away from valedictorian, salutatorian recognition to a Latin honors system recognition, which is what you see in colleges and universities. And this was spurred on. We want to just brush off the dust on the why. Why do we even talk about this back in 2016, 17, going up 2018? Talk about the process that was utilized by the staff, and then the eventual decision. And Dr. Metcalf also has a little bit of information that our high school principals had put together last spring to use as we might need it. around how do we recognize our seniors, various type of recognitions. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Fall to kind of give us that briefing and that little bit of background information. Thought that might be helpful. Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear, Madam Chair. Happy to provide a little background on this particular issue. What we've done is link several previous presentations for the board's review that do provide some of that background for high school senior recognitions. The first is from February 5th, 2018. It's a work session in which we briefed the board on the implementation of North Carolina State Board of Education Policy Grad 009 and the impact that new state regulation was going to have. I think, Charlie, if you can move to slide 7.
And if you could just increase the font just a bit, please, as you go through. Thank you.
Slide 6. Ms. Faw can kind of brief you on what the issue was at that time.
So prior to 2015 and the Grad 009 policy being in place, every county determined how they would utilize the GPA scale. And so Moore County utilized a stratified GPA point. So a 98% was a 4.0, but a 95% was a 3.875. With the passage of Grad 009 in 2015, that changed the GPA conversion. So now an A is an A is an A. So an A is a 4.0, a B is a 3.0, and so on and so forth. What could happen in this scenario is that since there is not as much stratification in the GPA calculation, and the top performing students often take the same courses and often achieve at high levels, what could potentially happen is that you will have multiple students qualifying in the top 2 levels in the Val and Sal slots because the GPA conversion isn't stratified. So if you go one more slide. This was the example that we shared back when the first discussion first came up. And you can see in the first column is the stratification because of the various GPAs that you could award at an A level. And on the right-hand side is the lack of a stratification due to the fact that 4.0 is just an A, 3.0 is a B, so forth and so forth.
So in that presentation in February 5th in 2018, we presented this. We also shared what other districts across the state were doing. Then we brought it back again. A second presentation, which we also linked, is from March 5th, 2018. At that time, we shared our process for community review of the issue and the ultimate recommendation to move forward with the phased-in, revised senior recognition process. We shared it both in February and March. We wanted to ensure that the community members were aware of what was going on and had opportunity twice to provide public comment directly to the board. Although it was brought to the Board of Education in February and March in 2018, with the board ultimately endorsing a revised senior recognition system at their regular Board of Education meeting March 12th, the work on this really began much earlier. Discussions began with our high school principals, school improvement teams, and guidance counselors back in 2015 and 2016 on the potential impact of the recognition process and how that might impact graduation ceremonies. During 26-17 school year, a fire team was formed to review the problem and develop options. The group was made up of teachers, counselors, principals, central office staff. They reviewed the issue. They investigated how other districts were handling it. They contacted the University of North Carolina and other in-state and out-of-state institutions to determine the impact of students who might have been Val-Sal if we were to move away from that option. From September 10th through October in 2017, our principals met with their advisory teams, the school-based advisory teams, to share the problem, gain feedback, look for potential solutions, and potential changes to the current practice. This included the students, specifically included the students who were potentially going to be the most impacted by any change. Those students who may be in running for valedictorian or salutatorian were pulled and had discussions with them specifically. We also met with our district-wide advisory committees to share the problem and get potential solutions and to look at our current practice. That was our teacher advisory council, our student advisory councils, our parent advisory councils, school administrator teams, the school-based advisory committees, as I mentioned, and then also our students who are most highly impacted. We met with them multiple times. Several solutions were discussed. There are options. One was just maintaining the current practice with the possibility of multiple valedictorians and salutatorians at each school. One option was adding an additional criteria beyond GPA or class rank for the selection of the Val-Sal. and one was moving toward the Latin honor system, which is what is done at the college levels. Though there was some differing opinion, clear consensus among the groups was to recommend a phased-in Latin honors system approach. I should note that the most adamant about moving in that direction to a Latin honors were our students. Our student groups all were in consensus that that's what they preferred. And so we did move forward with that phase based on the board endorsing that particular option. We do continue to monitor it. We've made some changes in our weighting of the GPA for the Latin designation. This was because we did that in 2019, September 2019. And that was because when reviewing the options for the most advanced students, they were maxing out their GPA at about 4.72, even when taking all the available AP and honors courses. And so we made some adjustments. Kate, can you talk a little bit about the numbers of students that fit into each of those categories last year?
Sure. Last year, we had about 20% of our student graduating body received Latin honors. 27 were Summa, 79 were Magna, and 87 were Cum. So 193 of our 975 students in the calculation were part of the Latin honor system.
So 20% received an honor. What percentage of that was the Summa, the top honors?
2.77%.
So we do feel it is important to recognize excellence. And so if you can pull up that last presentation that our principals put together, I think it's fair to say, last presentation, Charlie. Oh, there we go, thanks. We put this together back in May of 2021. Principals and I worked on this. We just had it in our back pocket, so we pulled it out, and it'll give you an idea of how we recognize the excellence of our students. I do think it's fair to say that our high school principals, high school staff see graduation as an opportunity to recognize the class as a whole rather than individual student accomplishments. So they look for other ways to recognize them and for all the accomplishments that our students may have. So here's a listing of how we would normally do it. This presentation was centered around some conversation on how we were going to do it in a COVID year. Normally, at Northmore High School, we have a scholarship banquet, a student body awards assembly, a senior athletic banquet, and then individual banquets for different areas, the FFA, Future Farmers, the band, theater, etc. At Union Pines High School, they also have a scholarship banquet, a senior awards assembly. The ROTC does a change of command where they recognize the students, the athletic banquet, and individual banquets for arts, bands, and theater. And then at Pinecrest High School, they do a senior celebration assembly, a Military Officers Association of America banquet where those students are recognized, a banquet and change of command for their ROTC, and an individual banquet for arts, athletics, band, theater, and any career organizations that they may have. Charlie, please. Yeah. We got that. Did I go back? Are you doing it, Charlie? You doing it? Sorry, we're both doing it. Yeah, so in the pandemic, it was a little different. These are just some of the things. We did some virtual scholarship presentations last year and honored them through senior cookouts and did some different things to try to adjust based on the COVID-19 pandemic, but did try to honor the excellence of all our students, even the pandemic year last year. Hopefully, we'll be in a position this year we can go back to some of the normal things that we do. We also have some traditions at our high school which we continue to maintain in terms of our graduations. Charlie, next slide, please. Honor cords, the Latin honors cords, designation of honors in each of their programs, class officer participation, student address at Northmore High School, at Union Pines High School, honor cords, Latin honors, designation of honors in each program, class officer participation, and again, student address. And at Pinecrest High School, honors cords, Latin honors, designation of honors in programs, class officer participation, and student addresses. The student addresses are interesting. That came out of the work of the fire team as well, where we set up a process to select the students who had that opportunity. They come from the top students, the summa cum laude, students who have earned that designation, and then the committee of both students and staff is formed to select the student speaker. So, we are open to any questions you may have. We just wanted to provide a little bit of a background on how we honor our students for excellence.
Thank you. I'm at a loss. Kate and Dr. Metcalf for that overview. I just felt like it would be helpful as we set to begin our discussion next week. At this time, are there any questions?
Well, Kate, last year, the number of valedictorians according to, with this program and number of salutatorians.
We had a singular val and sal at each school. However, that is partially due to the grading change that happened due to the COVID-19 pandemic with those PC-19, WC-19 grades as of March 13th, and partially because this will be the first year of full implementation, not counting the COVID at grading. Yeah.
The issue that we brought forward will come to pass. It's just we haven't hit it yet for various reasons, the COVID being one of them.
So this year, we would not have a valedictorian and salutatorian?
This would be the first year without a valedictorian, yes, as a part of the phase-in process. The salutatorian, we haven't done that now. This would be the third year without a salutatorian, as we phased out the students that were in the system when we made this changeover. So it was over a 4-year phase-in process.
And there would still be no recognition as it stands of the military?
We recognize the military in a different way. We have the banquets for the military, we have the change of commands. We don't, last year at the board's direction, we did recognize the military at our graduations. That is not a standing practice, but we did last year at the board's direction.
Yeah, and I can tell you, having been at the graduation, that every single one of those young men and women, as they walked across the stage and were recognized for going in the military, got a huge applause from the attendees, you know, the people in the audience. So I think that was absolutely the right course. I have just a couple questions, actually a question and then a request. I don't understand why, I guess here's my question. Is recognizing a valedictorian and/or a salutatorian mutually exclusive from doing the Latin honors? Seems to me like you could do the Latin honors and still have, you know, a person that's distinguished among all the others.
Certainly could. There are many options that you could have. That's what we discussed back in 2018 with what options do we have. The consensus of the groups, the consensus of the feedback, I can't say that it was 100% consensus, but it was consensus of each of those groups, was that we needed to move toward a Latin honors because we wouldn't be able to distinguish necessarily one student who was the valedictorian or one student as a salutatorian. There were going to be, as Kate mentions, potentially multiple students who had the very top GPA. Could be 8, 9, 10 that would be technically the valedictorian because they all would have the same GPA. Even when it was differentiated, it's micro close.
You know, that's
and
life.
And that's that's okay,
Yeah.
but you're going to, what the concern was that you could have 8 or 9 valedictorians, and there was a different way for us to approach this, and that was the recommendation.
You know, right, and I appreciate that background. I mean, but that's life. I mean, you know, whether it's 1/1000th of a point, you know, there's winners and losers in life. That brings me to my second point. I would like to see, not necessarily in conjunction with this, but I've seen report cards from high school that say, and I forget the exact terminology, I'll come up with examples, but it says grade increase to ensure success, and like 40% is added to the grade. You know, a person had a 47 or a 37 and they ended up with a 77. And I would be interested, Dr. Locklear, to see the distribution of letter grades in each of the high schools. I'd like to see in Pinecrest what percentage of the students get A's, what percentage of the students get B's, what percentage of the students get C's, what percentage of the students get D's, and what percentage of the students get F's. And I would expect to see some sort of normal distribution where, you know, a small percentage gets A's, a small percentage gets F's, and the vast majority gets C's. So I would like to see, again, I'll repeat it, a distribution of letter grades, again, a pie chart by high school. Part of the problem may be we have grade inflation, so there's no, you know, if everyone gets A's and B's, then it's hard to distinguish who's the valedictorian. But I've never seen, do we publish that? Because I don't recall seeing it.
We have not published that necessarily. That's certainly a report, Mr. Hensley, that we can put together and share out the grade distribution from our high schools. Probably use the previous school year, probably be the best. I'm looking at Ms. Fall because she's our expert. Probably use the previous school year to get a good clean year of that. We may go back prior to COVID too. That might be the cleanest
Probably
look
better
as well.
going pre-COVID.
Probably the
right,
cleanest
cleaner
look at
done.
it. And we do have some regulations in our grading policy that do put a floor on that first quarter grade, because it's impossible for a kid to pass if and they probably may have earned a 20, but if you don't put some type of floor on that, it's impossible for the kid to pass. So the thought process behind that is that it allows that student a chance to recover. Mathematically, a chance to recover and actually pass the class versus just say, hey, I ain't got no chance, I'm clocking out. I'm done the rest of the year. So there is that practice in our grading policy, but we definitely can publish a report and get that back to the board.
And I'll tell an academic story real quick. In graduate school, I had it must have been calculus taught by a guy whose real job was doing ciphers for the National Security Agency, right? I mean, his name was Hal. And he developed, Ed will understand this. He did ciphers for encryption for the National Security Agency, and he taught math at the Naval Postgraduate School. And I think the highest grade on any of his tests that anyone ever got was like a 28, right? So I understand a curve, but a curve should move people to a bell curve, not move everyone up, you know, so people get A's and B's. Anyway, I'm interested to see the results of the letter grades that we're assigning to our high school students.
David, would that be for all subjects, just no matter what, A and B, or how would you distinguish them?
I'm happy just seeing all subjects. I mean,
Okay.
you know, obviously
I'm
there's
just
greater
curious.
fidelity, but
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Thank you again for coming, and I know it was sort of last minute, but I felt like that in talking with Dr. Locklear that this would just be helpful for board members just to have reflection on how we got to this point. Next, we have board action items. First is proposed revision of 22-23, and Mr. Batchelor, if you could get that summary up, please. If you, right there. At the request of board member, we're asking our full board to consider moving our February 14th Monday board meeting to a Tuesday, February the 15th. At this time, I would just like to ask if there is a motion to accept this proposed revision.
So moved.
Actually, I have,
Second. You gotta have that before you can discuss.
Okay, now we'll have discussion.
so we approved this calendar months ago, and we knew that the 14th was Valentine's Day when we approved this. And now we're wanting to take away the 14th and push it back another day. And I'm already preoccupied at 6 o'clock next Tuesday. So, I mean, I don't,
Okay. And
are
any
schools out on Valentine's Day? No.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? before we take a vote?
I have a comment. I just have a quick comment. The only thing I would say is, like Mr. Holmes, I actually had a business trip to leave Tuesday afternoon to go out west. I'm willing to change my plans. I've already notified the customer that, hey, I may just be out there Thursday and Friday. But again, we do this a year in advance, and I don't think Valentine's Day changed. But, I mean, I'm supportive of the motion. I would like to,
Since you're supporting the motion?
yeah, I just want to make the point that people make travel plans. That's why we do our schedule, you know, a year in advance.
Yeah.
I would like to, I want to move to amend the motion to change the venue to Northmore High School so that more people, more citizens can, well, anyway, let me get my motion, and I'll discuss why. I move to amend the motion to change the location to a more suitable venue, a larger venue such as Northmore High School.
I'll second.
And let me say this, you know, I've been an advocate for having a larger venue since, for the last 5 or 6 meetings when, you know, we had 200, 250 citizens who were interested to attend the meeting, and then we have it here where only 20 people can attend. And I wasn't gonna bring it up this time until I saw a post by the vice chair where Ms. Carter posted just last week or two, please get out and be sure people are hearing the truth. We do is capitalize, need for parents to start showing up at board meetings and speaking. There can no longer be a silent majority. So since Ms. Carter posted this publicly, and as a former debate coach, I'm sure she understands the logic that you cannot encourage more people to stand up and more people to speak out at board meetings without a larger venue, especially in the winter. So I look forward to the support of Ms. Carter in my amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, at this time, all in favor of the amendment? Thank you.
So we do the amendment first and then mine?
Yes.
And that's the
yes,
main motion.
yes.
First the amendment. then the
Okay.
Yes, all in favor of the amendment to move our board meeting to Northmore High School for next week? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
So we have it,
I think it's 4-3 like it usually is.
okay.
You need to do a show of hands, because I didn't know what Ed or Libby said.
Okay, so all in favor of moving the meeting to Northmore High School, show of hands. Okay, and all opposed, show of hands. Okay, all right. So next we have moving the meeting from Monday to the 15th. All in favor?
I'd like to have some debate on that motion.
Okay, all right.
I can't support the motion, and I'm gonna tell you why, just because of that last vote. When you say, have all the parents come and join the meeting, and you urge a whole bunch of supporters to come and join the meeting, and then all of a sudden, you want to limit the size of the meeting. Well, clearly what you're gonna have is you're gonna try to get your supporters in and get the other people out. And that's just not right. Now, I believe that a lot of people are motivated, for better or for worse, because there is a controversy going on sex education in the schools. And that's what this thing from the vice chair was all about. And I know that there are a number of conservatives who want to attend the meeting. But they believe and understand that that meeting is gonna occur on the 14th.
Can I just say something?
Yeah,
I didn't mean for this to be dramatic at all. This was just a date, so if everyone is gonna be all crazy and dramatic, I can rescind it. If he's not gonna be here, if you have other plans, I'd rather Philip be here than us change the date. It's not a big deal. It's just a date. I just was gonna spend some time with my husband, but we can do that the 15th. I mean, it does, or the 14th. It does, yeah, the 15th, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to see what everyone's thoughts were. It's not, doesn't have to be like this. So we can just forget it if we need to and
I
move
think
on.
you can withdraw the motion.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
but let me, there's
Did
a
you
point
have-
of information.
You could just buy me a froze.
Assuming that we have more than 20 people who are going to be here, how in the heck are we gonna accommodate it? And I don't know whether we will or we won't. We'll never know till it occurs, but I just have that feeling in my gut. It's just a point of information. How are we going to allot seats? Who's gonna stay out in the cold?
Well, last time we didn't have a problem with the,
No, I understand.
okay.
Take
Maybe
it any
that's a question. I'll withdraw the question because I don't think there is an answer.
All right, so we have removed this item, and so we'll have our meeting next Monday on schedule. Our topic B under board action is appointment of a community media and technology advisory committee. And this is a follow-up of a board member asking to have the book Charlie. I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry. Charlie. I am sorry. My mind. George, the book George.
Charlie's in charge of this.
That everyone I have asked for all of our board members to get a copy of this book, okay? And if you could pull up,
There's not a Bravo one here. It's blank.
okay, there wasn't like a summary? No? Okay.
Yeah, there is. There's a few.
You're pulling up an old one.
Okay, so, as he's pulling that up, I want to, before I turn it over to Dr. Locklear, I had asked also for our board policy 5410, to also be attached to this item, this line item, so that everyone could review and understand where we were in the process. And at this point in time, we have a community citizen who has submitted his objection, first go around, to have this book, George, removed from 2 school campuses. That request was denied, and so, in following the procedure, he submitted, our community citizen submitted a follow-up file, which is a citizen's request for review of building level recommendation with the Moore County School Board of Education. And basically, the board will appoint the committee, and the committee shall consist of the superintendent or his or her designee, the media supervisor or his, her designee, a library media specialist, and a teacher from each school of within the system, meaning elementary, middle, high school, principal from each level of school within the system, parent community member from each level of the school within the system, a parent from the school from which the challenge originates, and at least one high school student should all be a part of this committee. So in talking with Dr. Locklear, I asked that he provide, along with his team, the list of this specific committee recommendation. And that is what you will hear, so that we can take a look at this list of individuals, and then we follow our next step with our board policy. So Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you summed up the process on the board policy very well, and Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt are here to, again, give the details of what you described. Overview of the process has been followed so far with the building level request for review, which was, as you said, denied, and now the request from that citizen for that building level review at the board level. And per policy, staff is bringing a recommended committee, Community Media and Technology Advisory Committee for your review and potential appointment. The reason this is an action item is so staff can, if this is voted on today, we feel confident that we'll be able to bring back to you at your March work session that report and that recommendation, so you can then take action on that. Ultimately, it is your ultimate decision as a board on what you want to do with the recommendation, but per policy, staff's continue to work through policy 5410, and that's what we're bringing to you as an overview today. I also would just take a moment, if I forget at the end, I wanted to say it in the beginning, that I wanted to thank our staff for their work of working through board policy, and I wanted to thank this committee of media specialists, teachers, school-based administrators, principals, teachers, parents, community members, and a student who's agreed to go above and beyond and serve on this recommended board-appointed committee. And I really appreciate their leadership, their willingness to serve. And these are folks who are just, again, working through the policy and willing to take a review of this request and this objection and bring back a report and recommendation to the board. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank them for their service before I turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt. Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Chair Thompson, you did a fantastic job. Kind of describe where we're at. So let me take it from here. On January 26th, we did receive a citizen's request for review of the building level recommendation. Policy Regulation 5410 is very specific about the next step of the procedures for reconsideration of the instructional resources. And that first step of that next step, if you will, is for the Board of Education to appoint a community media and technology advisory committee. And as you note, the committee has to consist of the superintendent or his designee, the media supervisor or her designee, his designee, a library media specialist and a teacher from each level within the system, elementary school, middle school, high school, a principal from each level of the system, elementary, middle school, high school, a parent or community member from each level of the system, a parent from the school from which the challenge originates, which is McDeeds Creek Elementary School and Union Pines High School, and at least one high school student. That committee will convene, that's about 17 people. They'll convene and will re-examine all the documentation from the original decisions that came from the building level committees, and they'll prepare a written report of their findings and a recommendation. Our hope is that if a committee is appointed today, we'll be able to return to the board at your March 7th board work session with that report and findings. We have proposed a list of membership to the committee. However, of course, the board can select any alternative individuals for each of these roles. I'd like to review how these proposed members were selected. We did try to impose a criteria for each group. First, Dr. Locklear has asked that I act as his designee on the committee, and that Ms. Gephardt act as the media specialist supervisor designee on the committee as well. For the media specialist representatives from each level, elementary, middle, and high school, we wanted to base that on years of experience. We also wanted them to come from around the county, Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3, so that we had all the areas covered. So we were able to do that, and so we propose Jonna Davis, who's a media specialist at Northmore High School. She has 25 years of experience as a media specialist. Melody Thomas, who is a media specialist at West Pine Middle School. She has 24 years with Moore County Schools and 13 years as a media specialist. Catherine Blake has 26 years, and she comes from Sand Hills Farm Life Elementary School, 26 years as a media specialist. And so those are our proposed media specialists for the committee. For our principals, again, wanted to select one from each area of the county, and we wanted to select principals who had extensive teaching experience prior to entering administration. We wanted them to have that experience. So we were able to propose Jenny Purvis, who is currently the principal of Northmore High School. She had 17 years, believe it or not. She doesn't seem old enough to have that. 17 years as an elementary teacher. Melanie Jones, principal of Cranes Creek Middle School. She had 13 years as a high school English teacher. And Sean Kronsicki, who is the principal of West End Elementary, 15 years English teacher at the middle school level. So those are the three principals that we propose for this particular committee. Teachers was a little bit more of a challenge. Frankly, we've had some that pulled out recently, and we've had to encourage others to have the willingness to participate. So we really appreciate their willingness to participate in this particular committee. Worked throughout the weekend to identify folks who would be willing to participate, and we've got a great list here. We wanted teachers who had national board certification. We know that that is a very rigorous process and creates an intense understanding of content and a reflective practice. And so we were able to get teachers who all had that national board certification. We also wanted them to have years of experience, tried to get them from around the county. We did the best that we could with that. Our high school representative is Dahlia Brecker. She is an English language arts teacher from Pinecrest High School with 17 years of experience and is a national board certified teacher. At the middle school level, Sharice Jackson, a national board certified teacher as well with 16 years of experience. She's an 8th grade English language arts teacher at New Century Middle School. At the elementary school, it's Elizabeth Laviere, national board certified teacher, 18 years of experience. She's a 3rd grade teacher at West End Elementary. So really, truly appreciate their willingness to participate in the committee. For parents, we wanted again to select a parent from each part of the county, Area 1, Area 2, Area 3. We randomly select some schools and asked our principals to talk to their parent representatives on their school improvement teams and asked that parent representative to recruit, if you will, or find a parent or community member from that area who would be willing to participate. And they were able to do that, and they came back with these names and these parents who were willing to participate in the committee. At the high school level, it's Erin Newcomb, who is a parent at Pinecrest High School. She is a 9th grade student. At the middle school level, Peggy Sexton, parent from Elise Middle School. She is the parent of a current 8th grade student. At the elementary level, Denise Martin was willing to participate. She's a parent at Carthage Elementary School and has a 3rd grade student. We also have to have a parent from both of the schools where the book is in question. Union Pines High School, Lee White is the parent, has a 12th grade student at Union Pines. And at Meek Deeds Creek, Crystal Dugan, who's a parent of a current 5th grader. We also have to have at least one high school student, and we have a superintendent's student advisory council, and one of the leaders on that council is Carson Van Skyok, who's a 12th grade student at Pinecrest High School, and he was very kind enough to be willing to participate on the committee as well. Our hope, again, is that we'll be able to move forward very swiftly. Once the committee is appointed, we'll provide each member with a copy of the book and the findings of the Building Level Media and Technology Advisory Committee. We intend to conduct our meetings virtually. Of course, we will follow all public meeting laws, make that available to the public in advance so that they know they can log in. but we can move quickly and bring it back to you in March. Also should note, of course, that state law indicates that local boards have at all times the sole authority and discretion to determine whether challenge has merit or whether challenge material should be retained or removed. And certainly, Donna and I are here to answer any questions you may have about the committee.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I felt, along with Dr. Locklear, was important in selecting our committee was that we had representation from all areas of our school district. So as you have seen with Dr. Metcalf's overview of the individuals, we have representation from Northern Moore, from the Carthage area, from the lower end of the county. Also with the parent representation, we felt like that we needed to go a step further and not necessarily have some of our parents that are routinely on the school advisory team or the school improvement team. We wanted to reach out to other parents that may not be so heavily involved in the day-to-day functionality of the school system. And so those are the parents that were selected. At this time, this is our list of committee members that will make up the Community Media and Technology Advisory Committee. Our goal is, and talking with Dr. Locklear, that this committee meets and review the book in its entirety and report back to Dr. Locklear by February the 25th. And at that time, it would give us an opportunity, the board, to hear their recommendation at our March work session. And then the board will have final say-so at our March meeting. And that is aligned with what we have here within our board policy. So at this time, if board members, if you have comments, questions, concerns.
Madam Chair, I would move we approve the appointment of the Community Media and Technology Advisory Committee as presented.
Second.
Okay, now discussion.
My only initial feeling on this whole thing is that for one small buck, we're having two giant evaluations and 17 people getting into one particular room. I hope that we can find a more streamlined process for any future challenges. I don't know how that works with the law and the like, but if we were to get 5 or 6 challenges for 5 or 6 pieces of curriculum, it would just overwhelm us. So I'm a little bit taken aback by the complexity
Yeah,
of the whole thing.
we're just following our policy now, Bob, but we can certainly change
Yeah.
the policy if we need to be later.
Because, I mean, I may disagree with the first evaluation, but it's pretty comprehensive, just a thought
Okay.
on that. It's neither for the motion or against it, but just for future technology questions.
Any other comments at this time? Again, we feel like that whether the meetings are on site, virtual, that'll be left up to Dr. Metcalf and his team. But we feel like we have enough time that it's realistic for the final recommendation to be on the table at our March work session. So that's what the goal is. Okay. All right.
Call the question.
Oh, that's right.
And I can't, but somebody else
Thank
should.
you. So at this time, we want to There is a motion to accept the committee as appointed, and there's been a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Carries 7-0. So now we are down to the last of our agenda, which is board comments. Mr. Hensley.
The only comment I would like to make is, in the last week or so, there's been disturbing videos coming out about criminal activity, beatings, gang fights. Then there's been coming out of our high schools. There's been reports of sexual, this is all public information. There's been a report of a sexual assault against 2 females. And we have SROs to protect our students. I couldn't help but notice that we have 4 SROs here today. 4 SROs to protect this meeting against 0 members of the public, because there's not, other than the reporter, there's not 1 member of the public here. And I really truly wish, just like I've said in every previous meeting where we've had 8 to 10 SROs, to protect the school board, allegedly, from parents. I wish these school resource officers were out protecting our students to prevent these horrible, horrible things that I've seen on these videos by sitting here protecting us against a threat that does not exist. That's all I got.
Thank you.
No
Mr.
comment.
Dennis. Mr. Levy?
Yes, let me echo what Mr. Hensley has to say. My biggest concern is that that people are going to radio commentators to report problems in the schools. We need to make sure that we are more open to the public, so that the public feels that if they have a problem with the schools, especially with regard to safety, that they need to be able to come to our administration or come to a member of the school board. Because the key is that we cannot educate children in an atmosphere where there is a question of safety. So I hope that, we have a new safety committee, I believe, which was just appointed. I hope that they will get quite active, and that they will be able to report to us and make recommendations as to, I know we have good schools, but we can make them a lot safer, especially with regard to, and I am very, very concerned about the safety of our female students and about the access of parents to Title IX and to Title IX resolutions of their problems. So we have to make sure that all of our parents know that both the school board and the administration is open to any problems that parents have with regard to the safety of the children.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes?
I don't have it.
Ms. Caldwell? Vice Chair?
I will just go ahead, I could have Mr. Levy hold up the little post there that Mr. Hensley printed out so nicely, encouraging parents to come to meetings. I do hope we'll start hearing from more parents at our meetings. We're hearing from grandparents, we're hearing from people who teach at private schools, we're hearing from people who never sent a child to the Moore County schools and don't intend to. We're hearing from homeschool families. What we need to do is be hearing from parents. So if you are concerned about violence, if you're concerned about books, if you're concerned that your child is truly getting a good education, then we need to hear that too. So yes, from my post on here, I didn't say what kind of parents to come. I just said we're not hearing from our parents, and I certainly would like to. So I hope some parents will come. Our space is limited. It will continue to be limited based on the board vote today. But I think that those who need to be heard need to get here so we can hear them. That's all I have.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have additional comments. I try to make comments as we go. So this time I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam
Second.
Chair.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Glad you didn't say